Alright, I have some funny things happening with my bitrate, it looks. Actually, there's a bunch of funny things happening with the channel overall, but what I'm particularly interested in right now is whether or not I can get the stream up and running. Well, sorry, the stream is up and running, but I want to see whether or not we can get these quality options without too much trouble. There we go. Okay, that's up. My apologies for the scattered start, but it looks like we are ready to jump into the game. I burned my hand while I was making dinner, and it's actually specifically my fingers, and it's on the left-hand side where I'm going to be using my controls. So I have a feeling, I do have an ice pack that I've been trying to nurse this with, but I have a feeling that I'm going to have some trouble with the game tonight. I was actually debating, if I'm 100% honest, I'm not 100% feeling, oh, that's right, I remember what I was up to now. I wasn't 100% feeling it today for Hollow Knight, but I have been enjoying the game, and more importantly, there are those times when I may not feel like... I may not feel like God's gift to streaming, but I still, I still go and do the work. I mean, this is one of the things, whether it's writing, whether it's pretty much anything that you're doing. One of the best ways to fall behind on ambitions or goals that you have is to just allow yourself like one of those cheat days. And I know like it's a tough one, right? Because mental health is important. If you are putting yourself under a lot of stress in order to achieve certain things, it's maybe not always it's not necessarily the most helpful. Oops, I forgot. It's maybe not the most helpful thing to to force yourself through something that's particularly draining. But it's a very fine line to draw. Like if you, the best way to create stuff is to actually just sit down and do it. Obviously, you can't sort of sit around waiting for inspiration. You can't do the usual tricks. Good lord. And I find that there's a couple of streaming. Sorry, I'm just going to take a minute to. I'm not screwing up because of my hand, but it is actually really sore already. So, streaming I tend to find has a sort of an interesting reinforcement mechanism. So, I've noticed lately that I get fewer follows during a live broadcast, but it seems to be that people will follow offcast, which might mean that people are finding the channel through YouTube and sort of following through that. I will admit, I'd actually like it if I could get a few more follows and just generally have a little more life in terms of the follower count. But I know there's been some changes to to Twitch that might cause that to go through. But one way that you can sort of be guaranteed to lose any momentum for the channel is to start missing days. And while it is definitely very good to have, holidays and time off, it's also it's important to try and be consistent, because obviously if people expect you to be somewhere and you don't show up, you kind of need to give them a reason to stick around. Good lord. I'm not going to try and reset my health at all. I figure I kind of need to get back in the swing of things. Oh, no. So in the case of streaming, I'm trying to remember the last time I have, I've just sort of taken a day to myself that wasn't sort of advertised. I know I take the second Wednesday off for the Dirty Rectangles meetup, but that's kind of that's part of the schedule at this point. Anyways, so with that in mind, I was debating about... So one of the nice things is that occasionally when I've felt like this, those have been some days where I'm actually really glad that I've ultimately streamed. Just generally because, the atmosphere is really good, or I make some progress in a game, or just generally something happens to make it worthwhile. There's also a few times where that happens and it's been a disaster of a stream, and I sort of think to myself, oh, you know, I should have known better. What was I thinking? So we'll try for the former, not the latter. But one way or the other, I'm happy to have you here, and I am going to be probably struggling a little bit at the start, and I realize that's going to be tedious for some. That's a pity. But if I can make the progress, I'll feel like a champion. Nuts. Alright. Seeing as I'm starting to make a little bit of progress now, I will reset that health. Alright, that's really embarrassing. Now, there's something I was going to say other than poor me, why do I have to stream tonight? But apparently I've lost track. It's a very... You know, I don't know if today was a really busy one, but I put a lot of effort into a sort of a side project that I had... I don't even know if I was late or early with it or what. Like, I didn't really have a proper deadline, but I feel like... I kind of felt like I should have had it done a lot earlier than I actually did. I seem to remember I needed to use the oh, all right. This is coming back to me now. Anyways, it was a very late night, and I don't know. There was a couple things about work that made it wearying, but it wasn't like a terrible day. I just feel like I'm a little bit on a... I'm starting the stream on empty, and I forgot that I had to work on this bit. Actually, I did get to see the ID... what is it? ID Xbox, I think it's called. It seems to be sort of their indie program. So it's kind of interesting to watch. I keep forgetting what Twitch chat is like on big events. So during like, I think there's something like 20 games advertised or something like that. Anyways, during this thing, which is dedicated to independent games, you had this chat of like 13,000 people complaining that, you know, there's these, what they consider to be like low quality games appearing on the console, and I think they wanted to see Stalker 2 and The Last Oasis or whatever. And like there's a side of me that's wondering, like, do you guys not know, like, what, like, you're showing up in an indie showcase and complaining that you're seeing indie games. The problem doesn't see, hey, Holly Makes a Wish, how you doing? Yeah, it was really weird just to see the atmosphere. They kind of started paying, they started kind of behaving a little bit more when Among Us showed up. So I don't know if that's because Among Us was something they wanted to see, or if Victoria, their community manager, just kind of commands that sort of respect now. Speaking of indie games, you were super excited for a game called Season. Now, this is one that I have not heard of before, Holly Makes a Wish, so could you pitch me on the game? What, actually, better still, instead of just telling me about the game, tell me how you discovered it and why you're excited. That's probably a little bit more interesting, because I think everybody kind of wants to answer the question, you know, where do I find cool new things to play? Game Pass and EA Play and things like that. Actually, there's a new. Hang on, I'll get this answered in the right order. You're watching it with the Game Awards with your friends. Oh, that's cool. I actually, I probably really should watch these award shows and presentations a little bit more. I know I have like a lot of opinions on games, but I don't always keep up to date on sort of the quote unquote events. And in some senses that can be like a good thing. Because I know awards can be something of a double-edged sword. I actually don't mind awards shows, and I don't mind the concept of awards, but I always know whenever awards come out, people get a little weird about them. And I sort of understand why, because there's always the worry about people not getting appropriate recognition. But I don't know, if I feel like if I'm going to be participating in a broader conversation about games, I could stand to keep myself up to date just in terms of common events a little bit more. But yeah, one of the reasons I ask about the "where did you find it out" question is that programs like Game Pass are wonderful in the sense that they're giving people an opportunity to discover things at a low cost that they might have otherwise passed over. But it's not a perfect solution. Like, in the end, Xbox kind of becomes the curator, or Microsoft becomes the curator. And, they've done a pretty good job of finding cool stuff for now. But in the end, we sort of know that the more independent, or the fewer gatekeepers in particular media, generally, the higher the quality. And actually, if you are interested in academic research on that, there's an economist named Joel Waldfogel who does a lot of work along these lines. And I think he sort of cut his teeth on sort of some exploration in terms of things like Napster. So I think it's fun to watch with friends, but you wouldn't watch the Season is an exploration game. It's artsy, it looks like you collect things and try to figure out what happened to this sort of apocalyptic world, but you take pictures of butterflies and trees and ride around the world on your bicycle. You love academic research on... Yeah, so Waldfogel has not actually done work on video games. He's done work on other cultural industries. He's done work on movies. So he started with music because Napster was sort of the thing that he kind of got a name for. So music was sort of ground zero for a lot of this online distribution. Oh, sorry, Bailey, I don't know if I said hi, but hello. Ooh, that was close, and I screwed it up. But the thing is that I feel like, so in some ways the circumstances of gaming are a bit different, and in many other ways there are other factors that are that are at play. Yeah, you know what? I'll run out the masks. But yeah, the big thing for me is I need to appreciate that. I think the way it goes is I'm going to have to use one, like it's going to be one mask, which is the run. That's all I'm going to need, because anytime I mess up, it's going to be me starting from the beginning again. And I probably should just acknowledge that. But yeah, I think the weird thing for me is that I think the similarities to movies, the similarities to movies are not the places where I feel that some commentators are focusing on. But I do think that there are useful parallels. So for instance, one thing that's kind of funny about video games is that the question about whether or not digital distribution is something that's worth thinking about as like a new development in gaming is kind of interesting, because clearly there was a time when you would go and get like a game in a box. And of course, a huge source of growth for gaming isn't necessarily just PC gaming. It's the fact that there are consoles, and around the time that we were still watching a lot of our other media on discs. So like if you get a PlayStation, you sort of have like a Blu-ray player all of a sudden. Oh, that's interesting. So apparently you don't have to use the the dash, or not the the Superman. It's not actually called the Superman thing. I just call it that. Anyways, clearly digital distribution is now the primary form for buying games, but it's also very different from the model from sort of CDs to MP3s. That's obviously a massively disruptive shift in music, and I would argue that its failure to accommodate those distribution methods have sort of led to some of the problems that it's encountered now. But anyways, so I mean, I tend to find personally that you can probably get some interesting, paper ideas or some interesting research projects on your own if you look at some of this related material and see where you can, where you can draw the parallels and perhaps where the existing models sort of fail to address what are the interesting characteristics of something like gaming. But of course, it also involves a lot of work. Like it's easy to replicate something that somebody else has done. It's quite difficult to actually just go out and find something for which nobody really knows the answer. But yeah, so here's something interesting to me, because somebody's saying about indies on these publishers' subscription services. So I am kind of interested in some of these different approaches that the different publishers are taking. So for instance, EA has sort of its indie label, EA Originals, and the terms for it are very favorable. So from what I understand, EA will recover their costs on games like A Way Out. And BruceBall007, thank you very much for the follow. They will recover their costs through those games, but I don't believe they make a profit off of them. Except, of course, that now, because they are selling subscriptions, I suppose if you want to play, if you want to pay for an EA Play subscription in the form of and so you can play something like A Way Out, then, clearly that's generating some money from them. By the way, I'm fully expecting to suck for the first little bit here, so this is why I'm babbling on about everything under the sun. I'm at the point here where I sort of need to reacquaint myself with the path of pain and get past the dumb mistakes that I was doing at the end of last week. So this is going to be particularly excruciating for those of you that like seeing progress. Anyways, the EA Originals program, first of all, I think is very favorable to the developers working in it. It's also produced some very good games. But the other factor behind it is that this is something that's sort of born and raised within EA. They also have games like Frostpunk, and there's I believe an Ottawa developer. I played a couple of their games in there, so it is quite a diverse lineup. There's a reason I actually quite like that program. The Microsoft one sort of interests me because I'm noticing that since I've gone into the Game Pass program, there are these announcements of what's coming in and what's going out, and so I have a feeling that in the case of the Game Pass program, it does have a lot of very attractive titles, but it is also intended to have sort of a high turnover. So I think really what they intend you to do is to buy the stuff that you really enjoy. I will argue, Holly Makes a Wish, this is probably one of the harder... this is one of the harder components. This actually, to give you an idea, this was hidden away in already a very difficult level. So this is a very specific... this part of the game is specifically designed to be very difficult. Oops. I always know... I have a little bit of, breaking in that I need whenever I play Hollow Knight, and I'm starting in an incredibly hard part of the game. So I'm just kind of getting the stupid bits out. Please do not consider this representative of the game. I actually would argue that while the game doesn't exactly hold your hand, it doesn't completely drown you either. Like, you're able to... I feel like they did a really good job of onboarding me, and I say this as somebody who's not always the biggest fan of these styles of games. But yeah, anyways, I'm getting the impression that more so than EA Play, the Game Pass is actually designed to be almost like a demo, and that in the end, I feel like they kind of want people to be buying the product. So it's not just that they want people to buy the DLC as part of the game that they like, but I feel like they are that rapid turnaround is actually designed so that people can try stuff out, play new games. But that ultimately the way that the developers make money is in fact the fact that you can't rely on that being there forever. With the exception again of the Microsoft titles. Like, clearly they're also buying up a lot of developers in order to sort of support some really good offerings. But even then, like the Ancient Gods for Doom Eternal, that's something you have to pay for. That's not something that you get as part of Game Pass. So that's my guess. I mean, again, I don't know better than anyone else how I don't know better than anybody else in terms of how Microsoft is making money and how the developers are making money through the Game Pass. But based on my limited experience of Game Pass, that's sort of the feeling that I'm getting. This part you're going through reminds me of Getting Over It. I really like Getting Over It. I've not finished Getting Over It. I played it a little bit on stream, and I don't even know why I stopped playing. I just think I did it as a one-off. But Getting Over It is a really great game. It's also a little more forgiving than this, but I think the nuts. I was close to getting where I was at the end of last week. Oh, that would have been a decent save. Anyway, sorry, what I was meaning to get into in response to Hollywood Makes a Wish's comment originally was I think it's actually really good that we're getting subscription services giving people access to new independents. But again, there is sort of a reliance on the fact that there's going to be some curator that the idea that you are able to get in touch with Microsoft to get your game on Game Pass is already something that may not necessarily be within the means of maybe a first-time developer. And I feel that the ID program is actually specifically designed to try and help with that problem. Okay, so now I took a lot of damage doing that, but now I get to... Right. I'm remembering this now. That's basically where I stopped last week. I actually find that bit where I have to go down the narrow path really tricky. I think I'm going to slam into this creature. Yep. Nuts! Okay. Oh, what was I thinking? But yeah, again, you're sort of relying on the you're relying on Microsoft or Sony or I mean, Ubisoft doesn't really. One of the reasons why I don't find Uplay that attractive of a subscription service is that it's all Ubisoft games, which is wonderful if you really like Ubisoft games. I think if you play the latest Assassin's Creed when it first comes out, it's probably a really good deal. I don't do that. And so, I kind of find it hard to see how it justifies the highest price. Okay. Whew. Oh, I'm gonna reset anyway. No, actually, sorry. There is a reason for me to go back to the bench, and that's because sometimes I can recover after taking a little damage from the bugs, the floating guys. But yeah, I mean, in the end, being able to go, like when I recommend people like Sean or Valiant Cheese, or if you're a streamer and your email is available to people and developers reach out with keys for games, like those are really good ways to find new things. I remember I first found out about Dead Cells because those developers were really aggressive in getting keys into the hands of streamers, and that obviously worked really well for them. Again, it's no small thing to get people to play games on stream, right? Like, there's usually far more offers for keys than people will have time to play. I mean, obviously, if you're like Naughty Dog, you get to be selective in terms of who you email, but not everybody's Naughty Dog, so. But again, like if you're just relying on something to show up inside of Game Pass or EA Play, you're potentially missing out on some of this stuff which might be really interesting, but for whatever reason hasn't necessarily, been able to make those inroads with existing platform holders. Or maybe they just don't want to participate. Like, obviously Minecraft has never been on Steam, and yet people, have played and enjoyed that game. Now it's a little easier because it's part of Microsoft. But, if you were to only ever find out about games through Steam curators, you potentially would not have known about Minecraft. And so I'm always a little curious. This is a really roundabout way of getting to it, but I'm always interested in terms of when, people talk about games that they're interested in and how they found out about it, because even a really cool trailer now is hard to break through. There's a lot of game trailers out there, and I don't know, like, I just feel like I have better things to do with my time than watch advertising. But on the other hand, I'm also looking for fun games to play. So that's why I asked that question and spend so much time pontificating about it. Why did I do that? Oops. I gotta wonder about people who got past this thing on the Iron Soul mode, or whatever it's called. Steel Soul? You only get one life one. I mean, I'm sure there are like speedrunners who go through this thing no problem, but I am not nearly that good. You know what? I don't have my tea. That's why. Nuts. I'm gonna head back to the bench. Actually, I know we're here for Hollow Knight, but on the note of interesting indies, there's a game I've been meaning to stream or do on YouTube. It's a little bit of a challenge because visually it's quite deceptive. But for those of you that do like my strategy stuff, there's a game called High Strategy Urukon, I think. It's not the easiest one to type out, Sorry, I'm just gonna take a minute to cool my burnt finger. It's very simple visually. It's just kind of colored dots and lines on a map. But what I find so interesting about it is I sat down, so they recommended that you don't go into the game blind, that you play it. And I really wanted to stream the game for the developer, but my thing has usually been to do a game for the first time on stream. So for instance, in the case of Hollow Knight, this is my very first time seeing what Hollow Knight's like, and I'm delighted to be able to sort of share this first time experience and how much I'm enjoying the game with an audience, because obviously I'm only I screwed up. I need to remember to, for some reason I've started thinking I can zip through it, and it just seems so much easier for me to use my abilities. What was I going to say? But yeah, anyways, so I definitely see why they recommended that you get familiar with the game before you stream it, because it is very subtle, and there's a lot of little nuances that make the game interesting, but it does require a little... I almost screwed that up. It does require a little familiarity with, I don't know, with like strategy games and just kind of the way the game thinks in general. Yes! So this is interesting, actually. This strongly recommends for me to avoid the type of like the charm that I've currently equipped. But yeah, I'll well, see, this is here's the funny thing, Night Valian. I actually think this makes a lot more sense to do with a delicate flower than any of the other parts of the game. Because the thing that's funny about the other parts of the game is that it's not very costly to take damage in other parts of the game, right? You lose a little bit of health and you just recharge yourself. I'm sorry for all the breaks, by the way. I need to be very clear. It was a serious burn that I gave myself. Like, it is actually quite painful to play the game for extended periods of time, so I'm sorry to do this. I appreciate you guys giving me some stuff to talk to, because it really helps me to be able to, to just when I was making dinner. And why did I burn myself? Because I'm a klutz. It was not intentional. I decided to take up smoking, and then I hated myself for taking up smoking, so I just took the cigarette and gave myself what for. No. It purely accidental. I didn't really realize until the pain was extremely, like, this is the thing. I'm actually way too tolerant of discomfort, and so when I realized exactly where the pain was coming from, I sort of realized the severity of what had happened. So it's a little bit my own fault for just like being insensitive to my own feelings, let's say. But I'm feeling it now. Anyways, the thing about doing the delicate flower here is that there's just so few. Like, usually if you get hit, you have to start over. So, this is actually one of these cases where it makes the most sense to have the delicate flower, because you basically have to do a perfect run. Obviously, there's this little break area here. Apparently, the games are not complete sadists, but it's actually why I think the delicate flower makes a little more sense to have in this part of the game as opposed to any of the others. Ooh. Oh, shame on me. Oops. I thought I would have had an easier time on this bit, because I've actually done these kinds of jumps before, and I've gotten caught a little bit on the bit of the overhang, but Ah. I think I should just stop being timid on some of these and just go for it. Yeah. Oh, nuts. Oh, Jesus. Okay, let's try and salvage it. There we go. Ooh. Hey, no problem, Night Valiant. I do feel bad bringing it up during your broadcast because I feel like each time I bring up an audio thing, it really throws you off your game. But I also know that you care about that sort of stuff. Oh man, yeah, I really did not do myself any favors by taking the blue charm. But yeah, it's one of these ones where I kind of weighed the balance. I mean, in the end, it's your broadcast. Speaking of, I guess I didn't mention, for those of you who like streams and want to follow new stuff, it's talking a little bit about, I don't know, like, I've been talking about finding new games online. Oh yeah, I never finished talking about High Strategy Eurocon. I will get back to that. But a little bit like finding new games, it's sometimes fun to find new streamers. I really screwed that one up. Okay, let's try that again. Ooh, that's a lot trickier than that looks. Okay. Huh. I feel like my responses... Okay, that was embarrassing. Oh, I'm really confused about this one. Okay. Went too aggressive. Well. Okay, so I need to give up my blues. I feel like the Grub song's good here. Maybe the Soul Eater? I actually don't really want the Dash Master because that really messes with me. Okay, Unbreakable Heart I gotta take. See if that gives me a little more. Anyways, sorry. For some reason, Nightbot's not working. There we go. Yeah, Night Valiant's a broadcaster currently doing Yakuza 5. A Brazilian streamer tends to stream a little bit later than I do. So I very often oops. All right, I'm gonna go back to the bench on that one. That was a little foolish. But as I was mentioning, if you like looking for something off the beaten track, Night Valiant is definitely somebody who I've hosted quite a few times through finding them through Lucifer Within Us from the lovely folks at Kitfox Games. Okay, this game called High Strategy Urukon. It's a very simple looking game. It's actually the biggest problem I would have streaming it is that visually it doesn't look like a whole lot, but it's a game that when I finally got around to trying it, it was 100% the Civilization style, okay, just one more turn. Like, that thing really got its hooks in me. I was really impressed at how good... Crap. I'm debating about the lifeblood, by the way, because in the end, that's only going to be good for the first few rounds, and as long as I can get to where I need to go with my existing masks. Like, right now, this lifeblood charm's not going to do anything else for me on the rest of the run. So... although I am curious about another one. So the Lifeblood course seems like something that's really good there, but unless you actually get through that first part within the first 4, it doesn't help you as much. So if I had to give up one... So I suppose I could ditch the Grub song for reasons that'll be apparent. So I want to see how this one works. Okay, yeah, so in this case, it's gonna seem... I should see how long it takes, but... Notice, like, I basically get an infinite number of tries now. And the reason why I want to prioritize that is once I make it to that platform, I don't need to go back. Oops. Alright. Recovered? So oddly enough, this is one of the times that the... Oh. I blew that at the last minute. But yeah, so once I get to one of those lower areas where I respawn, the fact that I'm going to be able to recover a health just by standing still will effectively mean that I get an unlimited number of attempts without having to redo this whole section. At least until it does something to upset that that plan. Okay, that's gonna give up a little more health than I wanted on that, but that's fine, we'll still be able to get through. I'm gonna save the recovery until I need it, because it's possible I'll be able to get to a source of soul before it matters. I almost blew that with that double jump, but... Oh, I should have jumped and then dashed on the second one. All right. I don't know why I did that double jump, but I really did not do myself any favors there. This part of the game is basically built to punish me for every bad habit I've developed over the course of the game. Alright. So this time, just I'll stay cool. Not that cool. I'm gonna smack straight into that thing. Oh no! I didn't! No! Alright. I deserve that. Well, that felt a little high, but we still made it. There we go. Okay, I can still do it. Alright, so the theory here is that because I have enough soul in my reservoir, and if I wait long enough to recover health, I don't believe these soul statues run out of souls. Or if they do, they have a lot. So the idea here is that I should basically get as many attempts as required at this next little section. And similarly, for that other section that I was moving on, I should get a nice long, I should get like a nice number of attempts to do this partially. Now again, like I know this is built to kind of be done in one go, but I've altered the build to make sure that I can take advantage of these these helper zones. This is too high. So it's going to get a little tedious when I wait on the board here, although it's actually not so bad. I can sort of take a little time and cool my finger. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, it'll be a little tedious to wait for the recovery, but I think it will pay off in the long run. It'll also make me lazy on that earlier section, but okay, that I don't know what happened. Well, I know what happened here, but... So if you can just give me a second. I'm intrigued by a message that popped up. By the way, I was mentioning the EA Play program, or not EA Play, the EA Originals program. I really liked A Way Out, and the next entry by Hazelight called It Takes Two came out a couple of days ago. Now, I've not tried it yet, but I really want to. It is another co-op game, so I actually need friends for that sort of thing. But I don't know. I really enjoyed A Way Out. I thought that was probably my favorite stream. Dreamslayer Zero, thank you very much for the subscription. All right. appreciate the support. I'm glad you're enjoying things enough to give your prime. I know, at least whenever I'm in channels, there's always streamers trying to get those primes from people. So I appreciate that you threw it my way. Ah! All right. And welcome, Sunk Cost. Okay. So I can't use the jump and I can't use the dash. I need to jump on my own and then dash and then jump. So intellectually I know what I need to do, but I don't know if I'm good enough on the muscles. We'll see if I can translate this into the right actions. No! I did the same problem. Did the same problem. I had the same problem. I went too aggressive on the left. Ah! Again, sorry for the time letting the honey come back, but if I can preserve soul as much as I can, or as possible, I'll feel a little more comfortable. Oh! Ah. Oh, actually, I was talking about Night Valiant. I really messed that one up. Wanted to take a quick second. I know he's not around, but Alex the Rambler was playing Total War Rome Remaster. From what I understand, Rome is like one of his favorite. I hope I got that right. Let me just make sure that I've got his channel down. This might also conveniently be a chance for me to cool down my burned finger. So Alex the Rambler's probably probably a little bit closer to like a name compared to most of the people that I shout out. But I actually met Alex in a bar in Vancouver. And at the time, he was only a Total War streamer, and now he's actually doing a lot more Paradox stuff. But apparently, Rome is one of his favorites, and the Creative Assembly's coming up with a remastered version. He had a preview of it, and it was really fun to sort of see him engage with a game that he clearly loves so much. I felt he had a really good stream today, so... It's a bit different from my stuff, but he's somebody who does this for a living, and I think he does a really good job of it. So I don't always take the opportunity to shout him out, but I felt particularly compelled today because I thought it was a real joy to watch him sort of relive some fond gaming memories, and ones I've never played the original Rome, so I kind of live vicariously through him. Ah! That is the original Rome. So Rome 2 is still getting DLC, at least with Rise of the Republic. But Creative Assembly is apparently remastering the original Rome. And at least based on his reactions, again, keeping in mind that I can't speak from experience, but he definitely it seemed to be indicating that pretty much it was the game that he remembers. There we go. Ah, okay. So preserving the souls was the right call here, because I am obviously going to be trying this a few times, and there's no way to recover them. Yeah, everybody speaks of it in these hallowed terms, so I don't know if I'll try it myself, because I'm still getting through Wrath of Sparta in Rome 2, and I tend to find that I tend to be better with those games in sort of bite-sized doses. I tend to notice on the strategic map I can really get myself into some some corners, and I feel like I've sort of lost the... Oh man, I kind of know what I need to do, but it's really narrow. But yeah, so it's one, like, I really enjoyed Troy. Rome 2 I like, and I realized that that was not a popular one on release. So I'm wondering why I have the option of going to the right. I feel like I should just drop straight down. Oh, so close! And then I've only finally just kind of gotten into the Warhammer ones. I don't know. This is the nice thing about having, you know, having variety. There's no rush to try everything on release, and when I feel like trying something new, those excellent games are waiting for me. Piece of cake. Oh, those scumbags. Alright. This is gonna be tough, but... let's not risk it. So Ratchet glitchy at release, but they did a good job of fixing it. Some argue that a large publisher should fix things before release. It's a really, really hard one. Especially, like, in my own view, I also sometimes think that large publishers will have considerations that smaller publishers don't. And I mean, the fact of the matter is, I know there was it's very common to do the comparison. Oh, Jesus. I gotta think about that one. I know it's really common for people to compare games to, you know, back when stuff was bought in boxes and you couldn't really rely on a patch. But I also sort of know that the nature of the beast is quite different from that time. Like, games are just simply more complicated now. And I also think that, like, if you look at the reaction that people had to Star Wars Squadrons and just the crashing disappointment everyone sort of expressed at the fact that there wasn't going to be a live service component to the game, it seems that there is sort of an expectation now that games will kind of have this ongoing support. And it's tough, right? Because I definitely agree that you know, if you buy a game, you kind of expect the thing to be as advertised. But I also know it's not as easy as just saying, you know, well, why don't you just fix all the bugs? It's like, you know, I'm sure there isn't a board. Oh man. Okay, I'm getting exactly how vicious this is now. I know there isn't a boardroom somewhere where, like, one company is saying is like, we should fix all the bugs, and then, like, somebody's like, no, we shouldn't. It's a very complicated machine. But again, I'm happy. I mean, I also consider the incentives that companies like Creative Assembly face for bothering to fix stuff at all. Because, I mean, I feel that the Total War series is popular enough that if they... I know they would burn a bit of goodwill, but I'm not entirely... Like, I think they could have just taken the L on Rome 2, and there still would have been people lining up to get Attila, and especially when they did a Warhammer game. I sort of feel like people would have brought that on anyway. But then, of course, they would have lost the opportunity to continue releasing material. What was I thinking? For Rome 2, like Empire Divided and Rise of the Republic. I actually really want to try Rise of the Republic, because there's a GMT board game about the similar time. I've just completely taken leave of my senses. The other thing too is it's all kind of academic for me in the case of Rome 2. Because I didn't get to experience the game. Like, it's easy for me to be kind of blasé about the state of Rome 2 on release, because I never experienced that. So, Alright, that was really foolish of me. Whereas I think somebody who's, who's a fan of the Total War games and sees that game as it first appeared, they're going to have a very different perspective on that and likely have some very legitimate gripes. This is gonna take some effort. I don't think I can approach it with just like normal moves. I feel like I have to dash through that first little bit. What was I thinking? Okay. I am really glad I went for the bee charm. So maybe I really just need to zip through on... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna try something. Aha! I did not know you could do that to the blades. Okay. So I'm gonna try something a little reckless just to see if I can... Okay, not that reckless. I'm gonna try something... I'm gonna see if I can... I don't think this will work, but this will definitely buzzsaw me. I kind of want to see how far I can get. Still too close. I'm pretty sure I can't just zip through it. Right, I gotta dash and then do my bounce. I also need to stop bouncing while I'm recovering the honey, because I have definitely hit my head on those spikes more than a few times. Alright. I'm getting silly. You bought it on release, but you didn't play it so much, so you couldn't tell you firsthand about the issues. It just seemed to have a library of... you have a library of barely played games. You find as an adult, you have all the spendable income for games, but the time to play them is... Yeah, exactly. It's... I mean, this is kind of like anything. You can... Like, I don't know. I feel like... Maybe this is just me, but like as a kid, I really wanted a waterbed. And like, technically, there's nothing stopping me from getting a waterbed now. Oops. But I also, I don't quite feel the same urge as I used to. But, again, like, a good night's sleep. Actually, I say this as somebody who is up till like 4:30 doing work. But yeah, you're right. Like, you have all of the responsibilities that give you the money to be able to engage in your hobbies, but you spend so much time earning it that you don't necessarily get to play. This is actually one of the reasons why I was doing streaming. And streaming, it was intended when I was in grad school to be a way of limiting my gaming time. So the only gaming I would do would be on broadcast. And sort of, it didn't always work out properly, but the idea was that I would kind of commit that time. That would be my game time. And then, the rest would be sort of studies and the sort of stuff that I need to go, need to do to make my education worthwhile. Like I said, it wasn't a perfect system. I feel like I could have applied myself a little bit better than I actually did. Because the other thing, too, is that, streaming may not be around forever, but it's also one of these things that, like, if Twitch had gone away while I was in school, like, how much would I really have lost in terms of my life experience? Whereas, you know, there's only a certain number of times where I'm going to be able to have those kinds of conversations with people who are really, really excellent scholars. I didn't time that right. I need to wait for the buzzsaw to be down so I can move up. I think I'm gonna get the hang of this, but I don't know. I'm making some really basic mistakes that I probably should be stopping right now. So I'm just gonna take a second to ice my... It's starting to feel a little bit better, but it doesn't hurt to take a pause and tend the wound. Alright. Whoa! I did not know I could go that far. I gotta find that spot again. Maybe it is the little bump here. Nope. Now that I know it can be done, I'm going to spend all that time finding that area. Again, my apologies to those of you who are hoping for progress tonight. Okay. It was the same place I went last time, so... I don't get too cross at myself for sort of legitimate screw-ups, but when I make sort of the same obvious mistake again, this I think is too low. Huh, that's a really narrow area then. But yeah, I really want to take myself out to the woodshed whenever I make the same mistake twice, especially when it's a real howler. Alright. Huh. I mean, maybe I just got lucky that one time. If I can't replicate the the move on demand, it's probably not worth it. It's a shame though, because that would be really helpful. I think in this case I'm just gonna go for it. I'm also gonna see, so if I dash like this, alright. I'm gonna try and do this without the super dash, and see if I can have a little more control. I have a feeling that if nothing else, I'll get some more practice at things that I'm not very good at. Alright, that was dumb. Alright, let's try that again. Oh, I gotta stop that. I'm mixing up my, my brain is saying do this, but my actions are not following through. I gotta get out of that slump. Alright, that was just silly. Maybe I should just go back to using the super dash again, because I'm actually making less progress than I was when I wasn't. That's too close. Lost all that muscle memory from when I was doing it before. Alright, that was really embarrassing. Okay. If I make a few more like really lame errors, I'm just gonna take a minute to step away from the keys, make myself some tea, and then I'm definitely gonna continue on with this. But I feel like I should probably just take a moment to right myself, clear my head, and all right, that wasn't how I planned, but oh, that's such a shame. I screwed up a couple of times there, but I was on my way to a recovery. This is a chance to practice a little bit before I go to the next bit. Alright, that was just silly. So I don't think I should have a problem with reflexes on the buzzsaws. I am still prone to just silly mistakes, though. Oh! I panicked. This evidently is kind of one of the reasons why I would probably find it hard to speedrun games, in addition to the fact that I just never shut up, but I feel like this process of finding something that's difficult and just being able to grind away at it until I overcome it would be particularly challenging for me to sort of stay motivated, especially in older games where they sort of force you to, you know, they force you to start from the very beginning. If you, Sean Van Standen, thank you very much for the follow. You guys have been very generous with the attention and the subscriptions. Oop. But yeah, I feel like my biggest pain point would be, you know, finding moments like these and perfecting them. And, you know, again, you never know until you try something, right? So it could be the process of mastering it would be, you know, would be the reward. But it's why I have a tremendous respect for the people who can figure this stuff out. But say me overcame once, overcoming it several times, doing perfectly. Yeah, well, see, that's one of the things. I don't like it when I fluke through a challenge. Like, I know, I like knowing that I've mastered it, but I don't necessarily have it in me to, like, I think it's because I'm really conscious about how bad I am at being prolific on creative stuff. I use creative stuff very loosely too. Like, I also consider, you know, academic articles or you know, other research to be acts of creation as well. But I know people usually think of like making a rock song or you know, making a video game or something. But I'm sort of conscious of the fact that there can be a lot of fiddling and sort of quote-unquote perfection that isn't actually making the thing any better. But it is a very convenient excuse from, you know, from the hard work of moving on to the next thing. Okay, so I need to use my double jump on that to raise my. So that's why I lost it the last time. But yeah, so like my tendency to know that I've mastered the subject, but I don't necessarily need to like perfect every nuance. Like, I think I just take that side of me in terms of trying to stay productive while still doing good work. And I tend to feel that with games. So, like, I don't feel the need for, like, on Civilization, I know there's a lot of people who, like, you know, they only watch people who play on Deity. I don't think I've even played Civilization on Deity. It was close, but I mean, it wasn't really that different from the last time I got to it. The thing I failed to realize is that if I just do my standard hit down, I don't get enough. I don't get enough sort of upward movement to save myself from the buzzsaw. So I might be able to make it if it's already on its way up when I hit it, but it's just better for me to use my double jump in that case. But that wasn't something I could have verified for myself until probably the second time, so I'm not too upset that I learned that time. It's just, it's a shame that I couldn't have taken that in there with me, because we probably would have passed it. There we go. Are you kidding me? And I get the joy of doing that all over again. Alright, tell you what, I am going to put up the sign just so that I can boil the kettle. I'm going to put the kettle on to boil some hot water for the tea. I'm sure my burnt hand is going to love that. I'm not going to be gone too long, but I'm at least going to get myself prepped for a caffeine infusion, and then I will be back to sort of bang my head against that for about, 4 or 5 minutes while things boil, and then I'll settle in for the rest of the game. But I was a little rushed in getting started, so if you want to take a second to get a little bit of a stretch, maybe grab a glass of water yourself, or otherwise take care of yourself. I'll only be back in a few seconds, but it's probably not a bad time to get a little stretch in and otherwise take care while I get myself some reinforcements. I leave you with this calming regal music. Okay, sorry for the time away. There is going to be one more follow-up. Actually, the game's a little loud for this, but once the kettle starts boiling, I'm going to need to make my tea. But let's see if I can give myself a reward of tea as opposed to use it for fortification. And I realize I have been... Oh, that was a good find. 3 a.m. my side. Gotta go. Oh, thank you very much, Sean Van Staden. I'm normally Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but if you're here for Hollow Knight, I'm usually playing that around the same time. Please get a good sleep. I had a really late night myself, but it was really great to... I really appreciate you having that, leaving that comment. It makes me feel like it was worth logging on today. So, again, please rest well, and I look forward to whenever I get a chance to see you again. Ah! Alright, onward. Ooh, okay, almost blew it. There we go. Of course, this is the time the kettle's gonna boil. All right, now this is kind of interesting. So I wonder if I'm just trying to get a little bit of a read on the buzzsaws, because I wonder if I'm supposed to just jump on that upper one. I am kind of trying to prolong the hour of doom. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's not quite boiled yet. Oh, that's embarrassing. Seems like I'm having a little bit of an easier time with that first part, though, so... It's just starting to make the bubbling sound. Let's try this one more time before I make tea. Ooh, I dodged it and then I screwed it up. Alright. Ugh. I just wind up taking myself out in the most embarrassing ways on that lower bit. The problem with that is I have no idea how I'm going to handle it when I get in there, but I also think probably just throwing myself into it and getting some intuitions is the best way to handle it. I am, however, going to get my tea. So one more quick break, and then we'll make some progress. Alright, I apologize for putting you on hold for my gluttony. I will just stare at this. I'll stare at this delicious tea. Actually, the funny thing is, I don't even like this particular tea that much, but I have a lot of it, so... yeah, I will stare at it and I'll smell the aromas for 5 minutes while I try to make the magic happen. Oh! That would have looked so cool if I made it work. Alright, now I'm just getting back to silly. Oh, here's a question for you. I think Polly Makes a Witch was saying that they had it on Switch. What am I doing? This isn't available in the subscription services, is it? Or is this on Game Pass? I don't know, I kind of ignore the stuff I already own on Game Pass, so I'm sure the console mavens will be able to confirm. I also don't know if there's any practical difference to the console and the PC versions. I messed it up. Ah. What did I think was going to happen? Okay, that was just foolishness. That's fine. Just need a minute to clear my head and... There we go. Oh, nuts. Alright, that's the furthest we've gone, so we're making a little progress. It's just, I think it's going to take, it's definitely going to take a few leaps of faith on that upper level while I figure out exactly what's going on. Ah! I've been a little... So, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a little more reluctant to use the double jump, and it's just because of that earlier part where I learned that if I use the double jump for control, it means I don't get it in another really important part. And because they sprung that on me once, I'm worried they're going to do it again. Oh, if I had double jumped and dashed, I would have been able to say goodbye to that part. That's fine, we make incremental Okay, I've been talking... There's a book that I've been reading that I've really been enjoying. For those of you that like nonfiction, you might like this one. It's called How to Fly a Horse. And it has been... It's basically a book about creativity, but the thing I like about this one is that it is very quick to dismiss a lot of the myths of creativity. It is very much a book with a very unvarnished view of the creative process, and specifically the work that it involves. It goes everywhere into sort of the idea of credit. It gives some really, really interesting stories about very famous discoveries that have been completely misattributed. And it is really interesting in its perspective just in terms of the idea of sort of creation being this accumulation of sort of all past knowledge. And just particularly the idea of sort of creativity being doing the work. Because I know it's a very strong tendency to sort of sit around and, the idea of sort of a tortured artist waiting for inspiration. And I mean, maybe it works for some people. Like, the thing is that I can't tell people what's inside of their head. But oddly enough, like, one of the things I've been feeling during some of the harder parts of Hollow Knight, and it might just be reflecting the fact that oop, that's my tea. All right, I was willing to make that a very strong brew, but it looks like my my mistakes got me through. It might just be because I'm reading it. Ooh, ow, ooh, that was not something I should have done with my left hand. Sorry, I'm just going to take a second to cool off before I try again. I'm really sorry to be constantly complaining about my injury while streaming, but yeah, it might just be a reflection of the stuff that I've been reading lately, but I tend to feel when I'm going through these more difficult parts in Hollow Knight, like, I tend to be a little more animated in my reactions, but I have definitely felt more acutely than some of the other ones. Like, this definitely feels like when I'm writing something that I'm kind of largely proud of. Because the funny thing is, I'm one of these people who doesn't like writing. I am one of these people who likes having written. I think the same could probably be said for programming. And, like, basically, I really like having the finished product. The process under which it comes out is like pulling teeth. Oh! But the funny thing is that, like, I also know in Hollow Knight, I think what I found is that I really I feel like there's the two types of runs where I have, like, here, this has generally worked according to plan, and then I just sort of messed that up later on. I'm like, okay, but you know what, that was generally me showing that I've made some progress and I was on a good line of thinking. And then there are those other times where, like, nothing useful happens. I sort of know that I didn't do what I was supposed to. And it's really easy to sort of get discouraged on that, but I've also sort of realized that, especially for Hollow Knight, like, sometimes you just need to get the bad ones out. Like, sometimes you need to burn your hand on the stove, learn not to do it again, and move on to the next one. So, oddly enough, I've, tried to be a little kinder to myself on these runs when I really blow it like that. And it sort of kept me from getting too... I've definitely been on tilt a couple of times when playing this, but generally I feel like I've been able to keep it together during the hard bits. Okay, that was pretty reckless. I've been able to kind of keep it together during parts that I normally feel a little more frustrated in. It actually makes me wonder if I should start playing Dota 2 again and just mute everyone. Because I noticed they've, so I guess they have like a Netflix series out now. I was one step ahead of where my character was. Sorry. I don't have Netflix, so I wouldn't really be able to see it, but, I don't know. It's been a while. It's been like years, and I know they've got some new heroes in it. What was I thinking? I don't know why I go from Hollow Knight to Dota 2, but I guess it's because Dota 2 I always felt that was something where I was working to sort of improve each game. I gotta remember I can't chase after that thing. I can get it when it's, like, finishing its move and going forward, but if I'm chasing after it, it's always gonna outrun me. I think it's always gonna outrun me. I feel like it does. Okay. Let's just take a minute. A little early, but we still made it. There we go. Neat. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything secret waiting in here. Probably not, but wouldn't hurt to... This isn't the most thorough check, but... Alright. I'm really gonna have to jump up this thing, huh? Okay, I'm gonna try something for starters. I don't know... Well, yeah, no, this does get me something because I get to start a little bit higher. Oh, that was a screw-up. You know, maybe I should just try a double jump and then run on. Again, I gotta be careful about my my health. Okay, so I'll start next time. Alright. Ooh, that's a really tight timing on that starter. Wrong side, but... yeah. So maybe it really is that I need to go on the right-hand side of that and then bounce to the left. It's pretty cruel of them to do that, but... I guess there's a reason it's called the Path of Pain. Oh, actually, what if I tried that on its way down? Oh, that's an even tougher timing, but... I don't really... Okay, hang on. Yeah. The answer is ignore the blade. I was thinking in the wrong... It's actually... this is a thing. I'm almost certain that this is intentional on the part of the developers. I notice a tendency to give you puzzles that seem like they're related to the last challenge that you did, when in fact it's a red herring, and that it's a really good way to get like obliterated on that run. So the last one, right, I had to bounce off of buzzsaws a whole lot, and this one almost looks like you would want to bounce up to get to that ledge, and yet it feels like the more effective method is to do one of these. Oh, I think I hurt myself. No, now I know I hurt myself. But yeah, like you can see how if you get in a mental rut that you're just going to keep trying to bounce off of that saw more than you probably should. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. I gotta jump on that ledge and then double jump up and to the left, but it's... I'm still stuck in buzzsaw land, so I'm not thinking about it properly. Yes. That was a mistrial. I'll admit, these are the ones where I get the most discouraged, because it's a pretty basic move that I'm trying to do, and yet I'm just, like, really flubbing some of the most basic actions. But again, the question on it is, you don't get to keep the geo when you finish the game. All that you lose is a bit of time. I can afford to be nice to myself. I am curious why I'm double jumping each time I go off the wall, though. I'll try something different here. There we go. Oh no. I just saw the buzzsaws as it was coming towards me. Jesus. I'm not oh, I think I see where I gotta go. Oof. That's a hard target. I should have just let myself slide on the side. I would have been fine. Oof, maybe I'm not supposed to do that. Ooh, this is risky. I could lose that health if I'm not careful. Yeah, either I'm hitting that too early, or I'm not supposed to be able to go there, because I need to have a little bit of a gap in order to get some purchase on the wall and then bounce myself up. The funny thing is, it feels like that's the only thing I can do there, so... either I'm stuck in a bad mental rut, or I'm, oh, there we go. Oh... That was certainly a little more courageous than I normally want to be. We did it though, so... nuts. Maybe I should have tried to drop down below and then head back up. Actually, I'm gonna try something. This is probably gonna be really stupid. No, this, yeah, it is really stupid, so I shouldn't try it. Well, that was even more stupid, so... Oh well. I was thinking I could maybe just try and do a really big dash to get on the other side, but then it occurred to me, how do I get the second double jump? I didn't have an answer for it, so I was just gonna try one of the conventional moves, but... didn't quite get to that part. Ah, that's frustrating. Just gonna have to take a minute for some food. Sorry if you hear the slurping through the mic, it's kind of hot. Okay. Yeah, I hesitated and I shouldn't have done that. What was I thinking? Okay. My tendency to blow the double jump, and I'll admit, it's sometimes I feel like it's reacting to something I'm not telling it to do, but I know computers don't have minds of their own, so I'm sure I'm just maybe nervously pressing a key. What was that? I'm probably just nervously pressing a key or otherwise doing something to signal a double jump when I don't want it to, but that's really hurting me on that part of the map. So, we'll get it though. That was very... that was an interesting choice, but I guess we got through, so... Oh. I went too soon, but my effort at recovery wound up hurting more than anything. I should probably learn to just commit on this map. I'm not 100% sure. If I hesitate in terms of just kind of jumping in a safe space, that's fine. If I hesitate on anything else, that's always just meant that I wind up sort of failing in a way that I don't really learn anything. And those are the failures that really make me discouraged. Okay. Oh, you can stand on that. That is very interesting. Okay, so like I would not try to stand on that part, but I 100% did. And I have a feeling like that might be something that, well, what is Speedrunner exploited? Because if you're standing, you're not moving. Yes, pearls of wisdom from the System Chalk channel. Standing, you're not moving. Take that to your next speedrun, folks. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like that maybe, if you can time it, you get like a free double jump out of it or something? I'm not sure. A moot point, though. I'm not going to try and discover it. Alright, I got a little arrogant there. Ugh. Those are the other ones that I really feel bad about. I like the errors I can learn from, but I also need to realize that the minor screw-ups are ones that they're part of the process too. Anyway, sorry, I didn't feel like I didn't actually explain how to fly a horse a whole lot. If you are interested in creativity, I highly recommend it. I think it is a breath of fresh air in a genre of book that is very prone to make sort of these unsubstantiated claims about how creativity works and just generally perpetuate some pretty unhelpful myths. They spend quite a bit of time talking about how it manifests in different forms, so it covers the sciences, it covers artistic representations. I'm near the end, I'm reading a chapter on organization, so it has examples like the skunk works at Lockheed Martin, which I think is a really good example. I mean, again, when you think of creativity, you tend to think about, you know, being the world's greatest blues player or something. But suffice to say, if you don't know about the skunk works, that's probably an interesting Wikipedia search if you're so inclined. I mean, Lockheed Martin is a military contractor, so I realize that may not be everyone's idea of a good weekend read, but it is really a great model for a creative organization. And I feel like the book tends to, like, the book really does amp up its credibility by showing that it's like there's a neat little technique that they use, which is they will usually quote a common cliche about creativity, and I've actually caught it a couple of times where I'm like, aha, I finally got you. And then every time I've done that, the next paragraph, they basically explode that myth. And, you know, it's the example that I have in mind when I'm reading something like that. So, needless to say, I mean, it could just be that the author's playing me like a fiddle. It's like, you know, yeah, we know these people have probably read a lot of these books and know some of this stuff is, you know, is either misquoted or just simply not true. So there could be some of that going on, but overall I feel like it's a very well-researched book. I've definitely learned stuff out of it, and I think creativity is one of these things that sort of everybody has an opinion and wishes they had more of, and I feel like that book is a really good sort of, I don't know, I feel like it handles its subject very well. Well, that was bound to happen. I'll admit, I'm a little stuck on that part. I'm only going to get better by practicing it, but I feel like I'm going in without a really clear game plan. What was I thinking? Actually, there's another book that I read recently that I'm curious, because I've heard a few people's opinions on it, but what's weird is I tend to hear the same thing, but I haven't actually been able to find out exactly what the issue was. Is anybody here familiar with John Ronson's So You've Been Publicly Shamed? This is the same author who did The Men Who Stare at Goats, but obviously the public shaming book is a completely different subject. Oh, I hesitated. Those sure are some titles. Well, so I haven't read The Men Who Stare at Goats, and I have not watched the film adaptation of it. But from what I understand, The Men Who Stare at Goats is a story about the U.S. Army's efforts to sort of use New Age thinking to try and create like a generation of super soldiers. Now the reason... Yes. No, this is tough. Okay. I just need a minute to think. I will explain what The Men Who Stare at Goats is when I feel a little more comfortable in my position. Alright, use the Force, Luke. How? Yeah, I can't... What? I guess I gotta double jump off of that. Holy smokes. Okay. So, I don't know how the movie handles it, because I haven't seen it, but basically, I know less about that special program, but I believe what Ronson does in his book is he makes the connection how those alternative programs led to programs like MK Ultra. You may have heard of MK Ultra in the context of conspiracy videos. It was an actual program. It probably was not the program, depending on like how much overwrought music you heard in that video, and depending on whether or not it was from a reliable news source. The context under which you may have heard of MK Ultra will lead you to some very different ideas about that program. But what is true about it, it has a particular relevance for Canada because of I think the doctor's name was Ewan Cameron, and he was hired as part of this program to conduct experiments, essentially experiments on mind control on subjects. So I think The Men Who Stare at Goats is basically this idea of how the Army's willingness to embrace some pretty outlandish ideas in the pursuit of of a military advantage ultimately led to situations like Abu Ghraib, the prisoner abuse scandal in Iraq. Sort of I think his point in that book is how he draws the line from sort of this weird new age, effort to try and make spies that could like turn themselves invisible program into something that was far more sinister. Reason I mentioned the Canadian connection is that in Quebec, in Montreal, I believe, there was a hospital in which those experiments were conducted on the CIA payroll. And I mention that because the Red Barrels, which is a Quebec company who made Outlast, like as soon as I found out about that, Outlast took on a very different sort of meaning, sort of knowing that is actually history. Well, I mean, obviously Outlast is a fictional game, but like it's a little bit closer to reality than I had originally appreciated. But one thing that is true out of those programs, they obviously didn't discover a way to do mind control, but what some of that... Actually, there are also some pretty wild stories out of it. You can do a search for Operation Midnight Climax, and this is like a CIA-run brothel in which the clients were unwittingly given things like LSD, and essentially they were experimented on without their permission, which is the whole problem that people had with that program. But so one of the things that came out of the scandal that emerged out of Montreal was that it later turned out that it wasn't just the CIA that was financing it, that the government of Canada was also involved, which is rather embarrassing, but also explains perhaps why that case didn't quite get the full-throated support of Her Majesty's government, despite the fact that it clearly was a foreign power messing with Canadian citizens, and they probably shouldn't have been doing that. But the one really sad part about it is that those programs led to the manuals that would become associated with enhanced interrogation techniques, or the torture stuff with that Bush memo sort of approving the use of those techniques. So it's tough, right? Because like in one sense you can get a really good. I mean, it's like the movie's got like George Clooney and Ewan McGregor in it, and it's I think intended to be comedic. So in one sense, the idea of the army sort of paying to paying for this cockamamie idea that you'll have soldiers that will have supernatural powers, and the guy who like organized the program is really quite the character. Like there's what do they call it, like the First Earth Battalion or something like that. It's like it's a hippie army. It's really fun stuff to read. But the problem is it has this really serious and really horrible sort of not so lighthearted component to it, which like I saw and actually quite liked the movie Zero Dark 30, but the scenes that were so controversial in it, that's the stuff that basically the experimentation in Montreal ultimately led to. They didn't find a way of performing mind control, but they did find a way of making people feel helpless and ultimately sort of break under the circumstances. In any case, on to lighter subjects. His follow-up book, which I have read, is So You've Been Publicly Shamed, which is kind of an examination into the idea of public shaming. So it takes a few examples. There's one of an author, I think Jonah Lehrer. I feel like I heard about this guy giving an apology, and like all of the angry tweets about him sort of being on the screen that he was beside while he was apologizing. There's a woman who I think had maybe taken a rather careless photo of being disrespectful at a military cemetery, and apparently somebody shared that photo publicly, and she sort of became a this target for online abuse for not respecting the troops and such. There was the I hate referring to this, but like the Donglegate thing. So there was a Python conference where there were a couple of guys who were probably making, like, their version was, they meant forking in a completely non-sexual sense, where I'm like, I don't know, the context of like talking about big dongles, they probably meant it in like a let's face it, off-color sense. On the other hand, what happened was one of the participants at the conference took a photo of them, posted it publicly on Twitter, asking the attendants to deal with it. And this led to not only at least one of those developers losing their job, but the woman who took the photo losing her job as well. And apparently that is the one. So the reason I asked the question, I actually thought the book was quite good. Like, again, one of my criteria for whether or not I liked a book is, did I learn something? Even if it's something that I ultimately disagree with, was I challenged, and do I have a better appreciation for maybe an alternative viewpoint? But one thing I've noticed that comes up a lot with that book in particular is people say that apparently there's something suspicious about the way that John Ronson interviews his subjects. And the reason why I'm curious whether or not people have read it is I'd actually really like to know specifically what people's issue with it is, because I also think there's a tendency, like, there is a question in terms of whether or not people are like on side with the idea of public shaming. I don't think, like, this is a really old example, but this is something John Oliver had talked about, the Monica Lewinsky shaming, where she had an affair with Bill Clinton, and she was sort of disproportionately targeted in media coverage than than the then president. And in any case, so I think a lot of people are kind of on side with the idea that that was very unjust. And I was actually, so I think the first year that Ted was in Vancouver, I was in school, so I actually got to see her give her talk at. I was not like in the audience. I think you have to be like a rich to actually be present, but I did get a chance to sort of see it in the library monitors. I thought she gave a very, very good talk. But what I tend to find is that so the thing is, Monica Lewinsky is very sympathetic and like obviously very smart and well spoken. And then when you have these less sympathetic people, so people like Jonah Lehrer, who kind of seems to have made a career out of a certain degree of plagiarism and fabrication, there does seem to be a feeling that like the public shaming is sort of justice being done. And I personally feel a little uncomfortable with that. And so I sometimes wonder if people's challenges to the book have less to do with whether or not it is, a good book with valid arguments, but there's a certain degree of ad hominem going on because people are uncomfortable with the conclusion that sort of this practice of public shaming might be out of control, or that it's ultimately harmful to society, and that, of course, let's face it, like I know I don't like having to reflect on things that maybe I shouldn't have done in the past. But this is the problem. On the other hand, it could be that this book is either wittingly or unwittingly sort of doing a whitewashing job for people who maybe are the legitimate target of ire or consternation or revenge or whatever motivates this sort of thing. And it's a hard one for me to get a read on, which is why I'm kind of curious. What I'm really looking for in the end is I'd sort of like to know specifically when people say there's something suspicious about the way he does interviews. I want to know specifically what that issue is, so I can sort of try and judge whether or not this is just an effort to try and muddy the waters as far as the book's subject is concerned, or whether or not there's just something that I didn't pick up on after reading it. All right. The moment of truth is upon us. That was bad. Well, that's what I get for being impatient, but I guess we haven't used this thing in a while. Oh, nuts. Sorry, talking about books just gave me a chance to try and get in the zone. Maybe I should give Chad a chance to talk about this. Is there anything fiction or non-fiction you folks have read that either motivated or inspired or otherwise interested you? I realize this is one of these lame, like, hey Chad, is anybody out there kind of engagement moments, but I figure I talked about torture and then I talked about public shaming, so if I keep talking about... I went from creativity, which is such a wholesome and interesting subject, to like some of the worst stuff that's happening in the world. So I think I've lost my right to talk about books for a little while. Or here's a better one. If you don't read, why not? Because if you don't read and you would like to, I think I have a letter that might interest you. I screwed up, but we got through. Ooh, be careful. Yes! Okay, I gotta get the game plan, but I think I can do it. Yes! Hallelujah! Still listening to my subject spiral. Oh, I hate you, game. I hate you so much for that. I willingly hit myself on that on the odd chance that I wind up landing on a platform I don't want to go. I can always recover my health with the B charm, but I can't relearn the... Or, well, I can redo the sections, but it's more painful too. Nuts! I was so close. There we go. I wasn't looking in the right spot. You know, the funny thing is that subject you're talking about, Night Valian, there is a really excellent documentary. I believe it won an Academy Award. And it stars the... if a documentary can star anyone. It's called War Photographer, and the subject is James Nachtwey, who is a war photographer, obviously. But he has expanded his coverage to poverty, and he does in fact talk about starvation as sort of one of the earliest and most primitive tools of mass extermination. And it's absolutely... I have... In Vancouver, there was a copy of his book, Inferno, and it's war photography. Like it is exactly what it sounds like. It is not exactly the sort of thing you want to, you want it. Okay, look, it's tough, right? Like it's the sort of thing which, in one sense, you never really want to subject yourself to images like that, and in another sense, it is very important that we do. No! That was actually a really reckless thing for me to do there, because I could have gotten by with only recovering 2. In any case, it is, like, as a book of photography, it is one of the best I have ever seen. But the funny thing is that I actually had both a book, Inferno by James Nachtwey, but the documentary, which shows a lot of the circumstances under which a lot of those photographs were shot. I have material on that, in case you were wondering. Although I am a little conscious of the fact that a lot of my recommendations wind up being movies, and I sometimes feel a little bad about that. Because I really feel like we get enough movie and, like, motion picture... Like, just... We get enough recommendations where it's very passive engagement, and I do feel that there is something there is something about doing a bit of reading every day. I realize this kind of sounds very, finger waggy and eat your vegetables, brush after every meal kind of thing. But I do think there is something about actively engaging with written words that even if you're watching a very good documentary or if you're watching a very obscure art movie that sort of challenges you to think a certain way. It's in my opinion, it's hard to. I know exactly how. That's really funny. So I was originally like trying to find a spot to do. That. And it stops me from doing that. So there are secrets. Alright, I got a second try on that one, so no harm, no foul. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, that's a hard one. Whew, okay. Ugh. My hands aren't quite where they should. Well, my hands are exactly where they should be, but I'm just not reacting quite the same way. I'm enjoying this, but man, they are giving me a run for my money. I also think I completely mislabeled this stream. It's looking like it might be entirely this section. I almost blew it, but a little premature. Reminds me of my first date. Sorry. Ooh. I'm kind of lucky that I didn't land in on another. Actually, I don't know if there's a way to land on another platform that way. If Team Cherry were absolute monsters, they would give you a way of like landing on the lower platform. But so far they don't quite seem to be that vicious. But yeah, whether or not we actually go grub hunting depends on whether or not I'm capable of oops. Depends on whether or not I'm capable of getting to the end of this thing. I do have a feeling I'll probably go, like, if I have trouble getting to the end, I'll probably wind up going overtime on it. Because I really don't see myself... Like, if I have to do this on another stream, I have a feeling it's going to take me exactly as long as it did to get to this section again. So my inclination is to just, like, commit, do my best, and, oh, that was very foolish. You know, if it means I have to stream longer, I stream longer. little bit of a tighter window, but I feel like I should be able to do it. Oh no! That sudden camera move up gave it gave me that moment of hesitation, and if I just kept the focus, I would have been up to the next level. That's fine. We know we can do this though, so not a good run on that. I don't know about my responsiveness on a few of these things. It's too early for me to get sluggish because I've been streaming too long, but I feel like I haven't really reacted the way I should. So that was fine. Those ones I hate because it means I lose some extra health. Tell you what, I'm just going to take a quick side. I'm not going to like pause the stream or that. I'm going to take my headphones off and just get a little stretch in. Actually, I'm also going to put my ice pack back in the freezer. Okay. Well, that didn't help me. Let's try this again. I should have just committed to bouncing off of the bug again. There's nothing I gain by rushing in any of these circumstances. I think one of the things is I sometimes try and rush to get myself out of the unhelpful idea that everything needs to be perfect. Like sometimes I do just screw up a move, and as long as I can scramble to recover it, that's okay. But by and large, like if it's not ideal, I just take the moment to recover, get myself back to a place of safety, and try and cover it again. Okay, that was again a little too early. We'll get it, though. Yeah, that one I feel like I was late on the jump again. I gotta find out what's causing that. It hasn't, like, totally sunk me on things, but it's just nice to know that I have a little more control than I feel like I do right now. That was a close one. Okay, so I gotta remember that there's gonna be an upward jump, or the camera's gonna move up, and that's gonna be fine, because then I just need to go to the left and bounce off of a bug. Okay, not ideal, but we made it. Talwyn Mothsorn! A name I'm always happy to see in chat. Well, that's, you know, there's a lot of very familiar names that I'm happy to see in chat, but you are... I mean, I think it's probably... I think it's because you left this indelible memory through your riddles. Even I know you've kind of exhausted your book, but you did just such a good job of bringing a little bit of highlight, especially when like I was screwing up and not being entertaining. I really feel like you added quite a bit to the stream when you did that. All right. I feel like I'm supposed to... So I think I can probably zoom like ahead past these spikes, but there's going to be something to stop me. I'm going to leap forward, not because I think I can, but I just want to kind of scout ahead. Oh, okay. All right, I was wondering if I could jump through. That's unexpected that they let me get away with that. I have a feeling this one's going to involve a lot of really dumb stuff, and then there's just going to be one where it all clicks, and then I can say goodbye to this section. Well, I do have a talent for self-sabotage. Oh, that's upsetting. Sorry, I probably seem to be overreacting to a couple of ones. There is something about just knowing in the back of your head like what you wanted to do and what you actually did. And I feel like those lead me to seem like I'm overreacting to some very simple errors. It's all good. I probably could stand to learn a little bit of precision in terms of my dashes and such. It does make me wonder whether or not the Dash Master would have been a good one to equip. But I do tend to find that the Dash Master more often than not would sabotage me rather than help out. I just have I think I just lean on the keys a little too much, so where I wanted to go to the right, I would tend to find that it would make me go down. And particularly the Colosseum of Fools, I felt like that one really, really harmed me in some cases. I mean, Colosseum of Fools is a while ago now. I'm on to my new Colosseum of Fools. But... okay. Oh, I gotta remember the tight window on those. Like, I can jump and do repetitions, but I can't do it forever. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. I usually dash and then jump. Now here's an interesting one. Imagine I didn't find the B level before I found this. I mean, good to know I can do that fully with jumps, but I feel like I'm developing a bad habit there now, and I really should be moving forward, not regressing. So let's try and do this my old way. I go too aggressive on that one. I think it's because I'm trying to avoid multiple jumps, but I'm keeping the sort of the velocity of the old jump at a time when I need to be a little more gentle. Okay, that was just me getting careless. Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh well, we'll make it. It is nice to have a small tea break each time I let the charm do its work. Lord help us as soon as I switch to coffee on this stream. Not this stream, but when I finally get through my surplus of tea. I guess I need to find Orwell essays on coffee if I want to drink that on stream now. Oh, that's upsetting. Oh. That's the same mistake I was trying to avoid earlier. That's fine. I was overcoming some of my earlier mistakes before, so I'm back onto the hurdle of handling that third one. All right. So, something about that third. No, I know what it is. It's because I'm so invested at the run at that point. I get to. All right. Sorry. I am gonna just hold out here for a minute because the problem isn't physical. It's me panicking because it's the third one. That's the moment I become invested in the run, and I'm jumping prematurely. And the funny thing about that is, what I should be doing the first time I go there is just jump over the edge, dash, and see what waits me on the other side. Like, don't even worry about making it to the other side, because I probably won't be able to do anything. But if I at least get intelligence on what my next destination is, that's worth more than me just bouncing into the spikes again. So let's see if I can pull myself out of that slump. So that sort of stuff I don't really feel all that bad on because it's really early in the run. It's like, okay, well, I just get to reset again. But it's when I get to that third one, it's like, okay, I finally made it. So I guess the other thing I can do is just make these less intimidating. But okay, out, around. Interesting. Okay, so if I can make it to that third... I don't know if I can make it to that third one. Like, if I just YOLO it and it withdraws at the wrong moment, I lose the run. But if I YOLO it and I can get one hit, then I can replenish my dash and my double jump, and I can probably make it the rest of the way. YOLO standing for you only YOLO once, of course. I fell into the bad habit again. Oh. That was self-sabotage if I ever saw it. Alright, tea is consumed. Okay. I'm not good enough to do that all in one go. Yeah. I gotta figure out a way to time those spikes properly. The thing about that one is because you're sort of falling off the edge, you really don't have time to think about how long it takes you to land on the spikes. And it's obviously built that way, but it's something I gotta figure out. This is actually, so we were talking a little bit earlier about the idea of speedrunning. This is one of these cases where I have a feeling I'm probably going to win this by a fluke. Like, I'm just going to happen to get the timing right, not by design, but sort of by luck. Oh, that's upsetting. And those are the ones where I kind of want to say, I know the timing is right. Although I guess there's things that I can do to try and help the time. No. I don't need to leave it to fate, actually. Depending on when I time my double jump, I can get myself some extra time there. Okay. The placement... Oh yeah, that's the other thing. So I also need to make a split-second decision as to whether I dash and then jump, or jump and then dash, depending on where the buzzsaw is. Man, they give you a lot to think about while you're in the air. Arguably more so than the Colosseum of Fools. Okay. But also notice that I've started to get a little less nervous on that third wall. It's basically because I know that there's more going on, and I'm focusing more on the next challenge. Sometimes, I get dumb like that, but I feel like the third wall has sort of become just one of those, it's a little bit like the first two scenarios. The Eyes of Sin. I've actually had this charm for a while, but obviously this one is pretty much a must-have in this scenario. I learned eventually that the blue blood would not help me, but I think all of you know. It's a hive charm. Sorry. I think all of you know what you are about to hear. The Eyes of Sin is a very special person. They are responsible for the following emotes that I will subject you all to. In my opinion, a very talented artist and somebody who I'm always very happy to shout out. Now, the reason why I shouted out their channel is the Eyes of Sin does occasionally stream. Sometimes it's art, sometimes she'll share... sometimes she'll share streams of games that mean something to her. I seem to remember, was it Anodyne? I feel like it was Anodyne, or possibly Anodyne 2. I also just saw the photo you posted on Twitter, Eyes of Sin. That actually reminds me of the frog fight that you sent me. Oh, the game. So, should I lower it a bit? I've actually felt it was a little bit loud for myself, so... that's maybe a little extreme. I'll put it down to 8 while I'm in here. I haven't changed my my stream setting. I actually felt that my mic was a little too loud, but I think I just think this is a loud part of the game. Anyways, that's still kind of hot. I'll get the volume back up when we're on to less oppressive parts of the level. You guys can let me know if it's too loud, but it's still too loud or too quiet. In any case, I do like to shout out the Eyes of Sin's channel just simply because it is very unlikely that you're going to find them through just a casual search or through me hosting, because streams are sort of special events. But I can also say there are a few places where you can see the work that the Eyes of Sin does. They have a Ko-fi page. So this is, I think, where the most recent art gets posted. However, there is also a Tumblr account where you can see some early versions of the emotes, as well as some other doodles that maybe didn't make their way to Ko-fi. And the Eyes of Sin is available for commissions. I believe currently does art and voiceover. But I have a feeling that probably photography will be part of that soon. And in fact, I will just share a little bit of I don't know, a little bit of background. They've sent me some photos that they've taken recently, just sort of casual going around with a camera ones, and I've actually really been impressed by how much Eyes of Sin has kind of grown as a photographer. I always really like getting photos, but I don't know, like, I really feel like I've seen sort of a progression. And I mean, photography is something I sort of have a little bit of professional experience in. More cinematography, obviously, but it's common enough that I kind of feel like I have at least a little bit of professional background to be able to recommend it. So clearly somebody with tremendous talents across multiple artistic domains. Someone who has done something that I haven't been able to do, which is to price myself and be able to be able to sort of derive a living from it, however modest. I've always had the benefit of a union to sort of price me, and then usually I'd just be debating, the price of my kit. But there's a few different ways that you can support the Eyes of Sin. When I'm ready for a new emote, definitely the Eyes of Sin is the person who I'm going to be contacting. Some of you may know a broadcaster, some of you may be broadcasters yourselves and are looking for someone to either do emotes for or voice acting work. I highly recommend the Eyes of Sin. They did a wonderful, wonderful job with those emotes. Particularly my favorite, System 1 HMM, was pretty much something that was there. It's really just something that I feel was a very light sort of touch as far as recommendations was concerned, but you know, the end result is sort of exactly what I had in mind. So I guess the benefit of using the Eyes of Sin was that they read my mind. And for those of you who maybe aren't looking to do commissions, I do recommend that Ko-fi site, not just because you're able to see sort of the pixel art, the recent stuff in the gallery, but I can also say it is an opportunity as just sort of a non-practitioner. It is a chance for you to be able to support an artist who makes a living doing this sort of stuff. Obviously, money it's very volatile right now. There are some people who've done quite well under the pandemic, and there are definitely quite a few people struggling. So it is always a nice to have, but I really like taking the time to shout out the Eyes of Sin, because I feel that their contribution to the stream is very underrated, right? I get the bully pulpit in the form of my mic, but the emotes really, I think, add quite a bit to the experience. Starbright Skies, for instance, has made that emote part of their stream. But more importantly, it's a chance to just sort of recognize that for those who do have the means, now is the time where being able to support artists and recognize what they do matters quite a bit. You know, people are waiting for stimulus checks in the States. You know, it's tough for everyone, and so I never want to guilt, or I never want to tell people they have to do it. But I always do want to take the time to say specifically what the Eyes of Sin means to me as somebody who has benefited from their work, as well as give people who are either looking to do commissions, or just simply people who want to continue supporting people who are trying to make a living through their artistic abilities. I really do want to take the time to recognize it, because it's not just because the Eyes of Sin is cute. It is because there's someone who has really made an effort to make me feel a little bit better about the stuff that I do as a person, and specifically the value I get from the art. So, in any case, I hope that wasn't too fanboyish, and that it's motivated a few of you to at least check out the artwork. Whether or not you give financial support is entirely up to you, but I think at the very least any creator would like a chance to entertain or enlighten you. Ugh. You think Team Cherry would have given me a break for those words? Not at all, Eyes of Sin. You know I'll bill you for the promotion later. Ugh! Did you ever do this part of the game? I feel like you've done like a full run of this game, but I don't know if you've ever said. Good lord, I don't know if you've ever said that you did. Yeah, actually, maybe this is the other thing I should say. For those of you that have liked the Hollow Knight content, I really didn't have much of a plan to do it. It was actually the very gentle but persistent prodding of the Eyes of Sin that led me to play this game, and I'm incredibly glad that I kind of got the repeated. Oh, good lord, that was a bad one. I'm really glad that Eyes of Sin was so persistent, because I very clearly would have missed out on something really enjoyable and really special if I'd sort of continued on in my. That was bad. I'm getting all nervous. I really would have missed out on something that's been a rewarding experience if sort of left to my own devices. It's hard, right? Because like everybody has a favorite game that they really want you to do, and you never want to harass someone to play a certain game. So like there's like, there's definitely 2 or 3 games I would love to see Alex the Rambler do, and I think it would actually fit him quite well. Another great example would be Azure Wind, an excellent XCOM streamer. I would love to see them do Phantom Brigade. Azure Wind is really, really good at tactical games. But obviously, you know, just turning around and saying it's like, oh yeah, you'll love it, it's your kind of game, and like saying it every broadcast is almost a guaranteed way to get them not interested in the game. So I really do owe Eyes of Sin a debt of gratitude for pushing this. Has Rambler done Untitled Goose Game? Oh, I don't think he has. I think that would be one he'd do. Like, it's not one that obviously seems like one that he could do, but that's a really good choice. You know, he has a recommendations. Yeah, like he has a recommendation section in his Discord. Man, that's a really. The more I think about that, that's actually a really. It's a really good choice. Oh, I feel like I teleported down below. All right, I've kind of regressed a little bit, so let's see if we can make some progress. Ooh. Not quite enough. I think probably my prattling probably took me a little bit back, but we've gotten further before. I definitely don't want to blame shoutouts on a lack of performance. I'm responsible for my own actions. I definitely need to get back into the swing of things, though. Sorry, it's not prattle when I'm saying nice things about Eyes of Sin. I also think it's no secret to people that I do go on a bit, though. Oh, that's upsetting. Those kinds of unforced errors. Does the statue behind your respawn do anything? The one with all the particles? Yes. So I have soul. Like, you'll notice in the top left-hand... Oh, you know, if I shift tab, I should get my cursor back. Yeah. So this is my soul, and I can cast certain spells with it. The spell that is most useful for me is my heal. Maybe not so much here. But in general, that will give me a few little bonuses to just keep me more survivable during this trial. And so if I were to have my soul reduced, I don't know if it has an unlimited or just a very, very, very large soul reservoir. And so it does actually do something very useful for me that I'm lucky I didn't spike myself on that. Just in this particular time, I have not made use of it, and the fact that I'm using the Hive Charm makes its benefit a little less... It sort of numbs its benefit a little bit, but for perfectly good reasons. What was that? But yeah, these are something that would potentially save my game, for sure. I see you wrote something else. Oh, there we go. Is this just smaller ones you find? Yes, exactly. I think these are probably the most powerful. But there might be an even more powerful one later that I haven't seen yet. But so far I've hit those things and I have not yet found a limit for them. So needless to say, they are quite helpful in certain circumstances. Alright, so I'm running into that problem I was talking about before on messing up the timing of the spikes. I'm going to need to keep a little bit of a tighter focus on those, I feel. I also need to remember my distances for the jump. That's a really tight, it's a really tight space above. Do you stab or do you slash? I feel like the Hollow Knight, or is it the Wanderer, the Traveler, whatever this little fellow I am. I feel like they slash with their nail. Even a little detail, the animation on this game is really, really good. I know Cuphead, like, really rightly gets credit for being a very well animated and like a game with a very good art direction, but Hollow Knight's really something special. Like, I feel like, so Cuphead has a really clear choice in terms of the animation style that it chose, and it does a really good job with it. But I think what's really impressive about Hollow Knight is its ability to use those techniques that were largely pioneered around sort of the 1930s. Not just the, I mean, it uses modern techniques as well, but it packages it in a way that it's a modern game with a, you know, a maybe not a modern look, but definitely it sort of shows all of the, it shows the it takes advantage of all of the tools in the toolbox, and it chooses an art style that is its own as opposed to is capturing a look from another one. And again, that's not to knock, like, I'm doing a comparison for the purpose of like two very good games with top tier talent that are very beautiful to look at, as opposed to trying to say like one is better than the other. But I really appreciate how Hollow Knight sort of uses a lot of techniques that are apparent in some of the really well done animations of old. That's a shame. And you know, Cuphead maybe makes it a little bit more overt, but that's fine. I understand that kind of animation is classic, but it's not. See, I actually really like the style of animation. The one thing I always thought about Cuphead was that people had a very different idea about what that game would be until it was released. And I say this for myself. Like, I definitely thought it was going to be a little bit more like Gunstar Heroes, or other sort of side-scroll. I have no idea why I immediately went to Gunstar Heroes, but it's one that I know of and actually thought was really fun. I don't even know what system it was on. It's I played it on an emulator, but it definitely seems to it went from a bunch of sort of isolated boss fights, which was very different from sort of what I had imagined when I first saw the trailer on a Unity reel. And I really feel like, you know, for some people, I think they really embraced the challenge, and I think for another group, they were expecting a very different kind of game. I actually was really dismayed at the journalist who was sort of mocked over the difficulty of Cuphead, because the fact of the matter is that people found out after just how difficult that game was. And I think if you take a random, maybe not random, but if you take a carefully selected clip of anyone playing any game, you're going to make them look foolish. So it's like, clearly here, I've created 3 hours of highlight material for anybody who wants to make me look like I don't know how to play games. I also think the idea of being good at video games is really weird and sort of hard to quantify. But I mean, to each their own. I would definitely say Cuphead, it was financially a very successful game, but I would definitely say it's a niche game. Like, I think one thing that you can say for Hollow Knight is that, you know, I probably could... Well, now, see, here's the thing I gotta remember. Even if they're retracted, I can still hit them through the ground. So maybe I just go for the dash no matter what. That might be the better approach. I think the thing about Hollow Knight is that some of its hardest challenges are optional. Like, so I'm subjecting myself to this voluntarily. Oh no! Yeah, I think I might have made a little... We'll see if I can repeat that progress, but I feel like I've gotten a... That wasn't a problem with the journalist. The journalist wasn't clear on something. Someone decided to clip a very specific moment of that playthrough. They were perfectly capable of overcoming the challenge they ran into on their own, and everyone who was laughing at him got their ass kicked by that game weeks later. The problem was with the people who were mocking him, not with the journalist. Oh, that was a shame. I gotta remember, just because I found another way that I can bounce off of the spikes, it doesn't mean that I can just jump off at any time. I do actually need to be thoughtful in terms of timings. Ugh, that's terrible. Oh dear. Again, those are the ones, I always kind of talk about my mental state during the game. Those are the ones that really tend to really throw me off, because they're really unforced errors that, they set me back, they keep me from kind of getting the progress that I had previously earned, and it's something I kind of need to keep in my... It's something I need to kind of keep in the back of my head so as not to get too focused on them as a potential... like if I dwell on it too much, it's going to be something that turns into like a point of nervousness in that area, and it's going to be something that turns it into a block. And it's really like, the weird thing is that I can verbalize it, I can recognize it. Oh, if I dashed and then jumped, I would have been fine. I can verbalize it, I can recognize it out loud, I can intellectualize it, but there's just that small feeling you get at the moment that tells you can't do it, and it completely overrides any sense or logic. There we go. I got a little too arrogant there. Again, that would have been one where if I ducked under and then jumped, I would have been fine. But I just sort of thought, nope, just do forward momentum and you'll be fine, and I was not fine. All right, let's try that again. Oh. Okay. That was silliness. Getting aggressive on those platforms again. I think it's just because I'm a little eager to move forward. So again, I gotta make sure that I don't turn those into new hurdles again. Oof. Overcompensating both ways. Oh. I probably should have smacked the... Well, if I smacked the blade, that might have just taken me to the roof. Yeah. Timing was not great on that. Yeah. It's helpful to hit the blade for sure, but it does matter where you are. That can just as easily turn into sabotage. Yeah, all right, we'll get it. Oh, that's an interesting approach. Ugh. I don't know if there's any way I could have recovered that after it went away, but I always thought the best approach was just to immediately go for the third. I don't know what I thought I was doing there. Again, the dash would have been fine and I would have had the double jump. I think probably my problem, and again, I can't even really consider this advice so much as just me talking to myself and recognizing why I'm doing stuff wrong. I think I'm investing so much in that jump that I'm not really thinking about what the next step is. And admittedly, I can't prepare for the next step because it's going to depend on where my destinations are overall. And yet I feel like... I think what's happening is I kind of consider bouncing off of that third set of spikes to be the end, and then everything else is just kind of like, okay, I'll play it by ear. And it seems like, really, that part is almost like the... It's like the halfway mark on a very long journey, which is perfectly manageable in isolation. But again, if I don't exercise the same care like I do in these sections, I don't have any hope of actually getting past. I gotta wait for the hived charm to work. Ooh, I'm lucky on that one. Mind you, I was also busy looking at that drip. I'm just gonna wait for the mask to come back and then I'll be able to focus. Okay, this is going to be tricky but manageable. Oh, I didn't have a destination though. Oh. You know, I could have... well, a dash might have pushed me too far. Still, it would have been worth a try. And again, we're definitely at burn the boats territory. Like, there's no way that I'm gonna spend another stream doing this. So, I have a feeling I may have a late night ahead of me, depending on how far down the path of pain I want to go. But that just means extra content for you. Mind you, that content is me making the same mistake over and over and over again, so... No! That's the one time I shouldn't have done a dash. Oh well. Even if I just brute force my way to that point, I'm eventually going to get the muscle memory down to make the earlier parts easier. And I'd rather not have to do it in such a, like an attrition-based way, but if that's what it takes for me to undumb myself for these sections, so be it. I will say though, could you imagine if I had tried to stick with the blue, like the old build that I had as far as amulets went? That would have been ridiculous. Ugh. There's the 3-hour mark, so depending if I feel like I hit a block, I might get up for a glass of water, just to just to clear my head. Again, it doesn't hurt to do a little stretch. My burn is feeling a lot better, but I don't know. It's like, actually, okay. I realize Woody Allen is sometimes a hard name to bring up because of the. Obviously this is a name a name that has long lived in infamy, I guess is probably the best that I can put it. But it is also very hard to deny one of the most prolific filmmakers, and there have been interviews where he describes his process, and apparently. Everybody's experienced this, right? You go to the shower, you take a walk. There's lots of different ways that this manifests to people, but apparently, he will get up and wander a lot while writing, and just simply go to another room and still keep writing. But it's hard to argue with the output. Again, this is clearly not an endorsement or condemnation as an individual. I kind of feel if you're going to talk about a technical thing, it's sometimes best to. It's actually, for what it's worth, I read an article recently where they had a paragraph of a disclaimer about. I think it was about Quantic Dream and why they were a, potentially not a good studio, but the lawsuit was still pending, and it really felt out of place in the article. And it's a weird one. I actually appreciate the dilemma that a lot of journalists have in that case, because I can see why they would want to. They don't want to create this myth of the genius developer or the genius studio from which all good things come. And yet it's very odd to hear about, I think the article was about Sea of Solitude, which recently got a director's cut for Switch, which is apparently greatly improved over the EA Originals one. It's, I think, a shame. I don't believe the console version will be coming to EA Play. I believe that is a separate entity under a different publisher. So I'd really like to try it. But it's it's I don't own a Switch, so, but whoever does own a Switch and tries it, you can let me know if it's good. But yeah, it was really weird to hear, about Cornelia Gephardt, very, very disarming game developer. I really like seeing interviews with her. And again, it's just sort of all of a sudden out of nowhere, I'm reading paragraphs about problems at Quantic Dream, and I'm like, did I switch articles at a moment? But on the other hand, obviously Vice felt it was important to describe them, and I'm not quite sure how to do it. I guess the biggest one for me is that in describing either a creative process or describing events, I I kind of feel like it's like any other tangential detail. Like generally you don't see a lot of news articles go on a lot of tangents that are irrelevant because the column space is at a premium. But it may be that there's an editorial sort of decision that that's not an appropriate way to describe issues like that. I'm actually, I'm not a journalist, so I don't know what the priority is on it, but it obviously is one that I felt the need to bring up because I realize I think I'm probably more conscious about it because I haven't seen it, but apparently there's the new documentary about Alan. And I've actually seen two of, I think Kirby Dick is either the director or one of the directors of the HBO series. I saw his first documentary of his I saw is called, I think, Sick, The Life and Death of Bob Flanagan, Super Masochist, which is quite the ride. And then he did a documentary on Jacques Derrida. I think the problem is that I've never been really big on like deconstruction and the sort of continental philosophy that a lot of my sort of lit friends are into. It was interesting. It was interesting to kind of hear the man talk and sort of see his interactions with students. But I'm probably not the intended audience for that kind of documentary. So I didn't really walk away with a very strong impression about it one way or the other. Anyways, it's definitely a very, very talented documentarian. I'd like to see it, but the thing is HBO is kind of a special channel, and especially in Canada, I think you need to be subscribed to some other kind of package to be able to access it. So I tend not to be able to see that sort of thing. Oh, I wonder if I'd swiped earlier if I would have been able to salvage that, or if my problem was moving elsewhere. I think I'm getting a little careless on the spike timing again. I felt like I had it for a bit, and then I feel like I lost it. Probably when I was trying to fix other problems, but we'll get to it. Actually, I know the next one that Eyes of Sin's gonna get me to play. Wings of V. No! Oh! I really felt I was onto something there. Then again, it's occurred to me that spot's given me trouble before. I think I've not properly figured out how to handle the vertical saw. Okay, I'm gonna head back just for safety. Oh, I need that to come a little bit faster. Oh man, that looks like a tough section coming up next. Yeah. I had like a twinge just as soon as I launched that the timing was off on that, but I figure seeing things after they happen is not the most useful tool Oops. Okay, not a bad recovery. Oh, that's a pity. So focused on... It's fun. As soon as I diagnose this spot as a problem, I actually start ignoring all of the problems surrounding it, so I really need to sneeze. Oh! Got hit with a little bit of lag there. Oh, that's shameful. I think after this section, for a digestif, we should do 3 rounds against Grey Prince Zote. What was that? You know, this is actually... So, here's a funny thing in terms of how I react to games. So, I can remember rather distinctly a Dota 2 match that I was playing. And I was trying... So, I do like trying to hit random for heroes, because I really feel like that's the only way I'm going to learn them. I also don't play ranked games, so it's generally a little bit more of a forgiving environment. I also like trying ones which have some of the more sort of skill-based shots, because again, practice is really the only way that you're going to get better. So I think I was playing a character called Mirana, who has this... So there's a reasonably powerful stun that character has in the form of sort of this big spear or arrow that's thrown. And the problem is that unlike a lot of stuns in the game... Oops. Lost my nerve. It's one where you kind of have to anticipate the enemy's movements. And it was one of these ones where... It's kind of like in game theory courses, you will usually kind of hear the idea of like a penalty kick. So the problem is that like the goalie wants to match the side that the kick is happening on, and the kicker wants to do the opposite, and you've got like one of two choices, left or right. And of course the optimal strategy in that game is to kick or defend the position exactly 50% of the time. And like there's a sort of a paper that was like tested this theory in terms of the best performing sort of kickers and goalies, and again it was sort of the conclusion of it was that they tend to follow the equilibrium for that particular game. I mean, it's one of these... I don't know if it's really revealing anything deep about the world, but it's a fun paper. And it's a common one that you run into in those kinds of courses. But yeah, I was in a situation like that where it was sort of like a 1 in a million kind of an arrow. And I went for one side and they went the other way, so it was a really big miss. And I still remember like hearing over all chat. It's actually one of the reasons why I basically just mute everyone coming into a Dota game. Is just, over the comms, it's like, dude, what was that arrow? And it's like, I'm thinking to myself, it was a very slim chance that thing was going to work no matter what. Like, I would have loved to have hit it. I'd love to be the sort of person that does, like, these from a million miles away super arrows that always hit. But, first of all, it's fairly low-ranked games. You shouldn't be expecting that stuff. But what I also found so interesting about it was the idea that, like, the purpose of that comment was just to crap on a teammate. And I just kind of think to myself what the benefit is supposed to be. Like, am I suddenly now going to start throwing better arrows knowing that this person is going to be judging the entire time? Do they want me to know that I have ruined their otherwise perfect Dota experience? And it was instructive for me in terms of just my own, like, if I was in a team situation and needing to sort of, I screwed myself again. You know, trying to organize a group. I think sometimes you need to find a way of venting frustration, but I am very merciless when it comes to my own mistakes, but one of the funniest things is that the easiest way to get me to shut off is to hear something that might even be a valid criticism. Like, the fact of the matter is I missed the arrow. I'm not entirely sure where the moment of learning was, right? It's sort of a, you know, I have an opportunity. I don't know, like, I kind of come from the... Actually, you know what? Here's where it bugged. I think I figured this out now. I think what bugged me was that my usual approach to low probability events is, all things being equal, to try and take them as often as possible, like the ones with a large payoff, because when you do hit them, the rewards are immense, and if you fail at them, generally the cost is quite low. Like in my case, I lost a little bit of mana, but like, whatever, you can get that back. In fact, particularly if you have full mana, it's sort of a wasted resource, because you have mana regen, which is not triggering. And I just sort of thought, it's like, you know, there's this sort of probabilistic weighting that's going on here that's being destroyed for seemingly no benefit. It's one of the reasons why I try not to, like, flog myself too much on really ambitious moves. If they're reckless ones that cost me an otherwise good run, I tend to, you know, quietly bite my lip and swear to never do it again. But I always try to keep it constructive in terms of, you know, like looking at the spikes, and it's like, okay, I jumped the gun on that one. You know, I'll maybe try a 1 in a million save, but the problem isn't me not making the save. The problem is me not paying closer attention to when the spikes are going. So that one was right on the spikes. I forgot that I have the option of dashing under and jumping over. It's not always jumping over. I am really lucky that I got that mask back. I think I'm just getting a little impatient. It's the 3-hour effect. I'm feeling like I should have finished this by now, and I'm letting that get to me. And I've taken a couple of breaks, short ones, but if I start making really foolish decisions in a row, I might take a second to stretch and get a glass of water again. When I was telling the anecdote about Alan going to other rooms, that was going to be my justification to Exunt, but I feel like I have a little left in me. I say as I fail to get past the first obstacle. Every time that happens to me on the spikes, I kind of know in the back of my head that I didn't really pay attention to when they withdrew. And I'm just saying to myself, like, I hope I did it right. And I get my answer when I land on the thorns. All right. Oh, as I was saying it too, that's so upsetting. Okay, I've developed a habit now. That's a problem. I'm just gonna take a quick second. All right. At least that was a new a revisit of an old mistake. But that's just a blunder. That's nothing systemic. The thing I'm worried about is whenever I start making the same mistake over and over again, because it indicates that I've developed some sort of an unhealthy pattern, and I'm I'm sort of going on autopilot rather than considering the position. And if I do that, that just means, like, essentially that means that I'm either waiting for the perfect alignment of events in the run. Okay. So like the fact that I'm always missing those spikes now makes me think that I've developed a bad habit in terms of the timings that I need to unlearn. Because the problem with that is that if I just go on autopilot, especially in a section like this, what I'm banking on is that I can just brute force through this enough times. No, I shouldn't have dashed. If I bounced off of the blade, I would have been fine. I'm basically kind of assuming that I'm going to have enough variation in terms of when I hit certain things that I'm just going to luck into the perfect combination of events that kind of go through my autopilot way of going through it. And, you know, repeated enough times, you'll probably be right. But it's really not the way to handle... It's really not the way to handle a moment like this, because you potentially just do it forever. Okay. I'm going to step away from the keys for a second. I'm going to get a glass of water. I'm also probably going to do, like, a lap around the apartment. It's a small apartment, so don't worry. I need a minute to just chill, and I need to get myself out of a mental rut. I also could really use some water. So, again, it won't be a long break. I encourage you all to perhaps get a stretch yourself. I've also been sitting all day, work-wise, so I'm actually really feeling that. And I actually really hate sitting for long periods of time, which makes me wonder why I stream. One way or the other, though, I need a minute to just clear the fuzz out of the head. We'll be back. We will, come hell or high water, I will beat this thing. But I think I need a little bit more gas in the tank to push me over the edge on this. So I encourage you to take care of yourselves. If you don't have some water, get yourself some water. If you haven't gotten up and stretched, especially since the last time I've done this, perhaps consider doing that. Or you can do none of that and just wait for me to come back. But I won't be long. I will see you all in a little bit. All right, sorry about the wait on that. I decided to get a bite. I'm just gonna finish it off, and we'll be ready to go back. But boy, it felt really good to stretch. Okay, sorry about the extra time for that, but the sensation of blood rushing back to my extremities was too good to pass up. It didn't help my my gaming though, so I will confess. So one thing that's been kind of nice is I've turned off the concurrent viewer number. And I've actually noticed it doesn't... I think it really changes a whole lot for me, which makes me think that it's good that I keep that off. Excuse me. But I do know, especially because when I first started streaming, I actually built in break times so I could do stuff like stretch and make sure I had water and whatnot. I've actually stopped doing that, which is probably not a good feature. Although I also kind of like the idea of just being able to take a break when I need a break. And it's clear that I'm kind of committing to doing a longer term stream, so I've been a little bit more liberal in my, my willingness to take a break. But there is actually there's a cost to doing that. Professional streamers kind of talk about the burnout that comes from knowing if you take a day off, there's a certain number of subscribers who don't renew, there's a certain number of follows you might lose, or people who just kind of go and find another broadcaster. I screwed that up. To a lesser extent, there is a version of that on the small end as well, which is that if you go off and do a break, again, people are usually looking for some kind of content. And so it can often mean that even if it's a couple of minutes, people sort of choose it as a really good break point to go off and do their own thing, as is their right. Like, it's not my it's definitely not my position that people should be sitting through whatever the broadcaster does or doesn't do. But it does kind of, I've realized how much of a sort of perverse incentive it creates for kind of keeping not just the broadcaster but the audience sort of on this constant treadmill instead of just doing something that is actually a very sensible thing to do when you work at a computer all day, which is to take a minute to just get up and move. I think the nice thing for me is that I'm actually not that health conscious. I wish I was. I wish I was able to cook a little bit better. I wish that I sort of understood nutrition a little bit better. Or a lot better, frankly. But one of the things I hate the most is I notice if I just sort of sit for a really long time, it makes me very fuzzy, thought-wise. I tend to find that my thoughts are a little bit more muddled. I make a bit less sense in terms of stringing together sentences. I definitely say a lot more ums and ahs, which is one of the things I hate the most about the way that I speak on broadcasts. And I'm kind of lucky at work. Even if I have to work in the office, they're reasonably tolerant of getting up and walking around. I suspect they would be a little more suspicious if I wasn't getting my work done. But there doesn't seem to be that much of a penalty for getting... In fact, I would argue that they're maybe a little too lenient, because I do know a couple of people who don't actually seem to do anything other than walk around and just talk to people. But I kind of feel like every office has that sort of a thing. It's better to focus on what you can do rather than focus on you know, issues you might have with others. Maybe I can... No. But, work from home's kind of sabotaged that a little bit, because my apartment isn't the biggest. I mean, it's a one-bedroom, so I used to usually just live in, usually just have, like, one room in total, maybe a bathroom. So it's a little larger than what I had in Vancouver. But as a whole, like, it's still not the best, especially because I've kind of crammed it full of books, so I don't have bookshelves, so it's just big mountains of paper. But yeah, I do tend to find I sit more, and I tend to feel... It's almost like 2001: A Space Odyssey with, you know, how, you know, my mind is going... Okay, keep it together. Okay, not a bad recovery. Oh, that's a pity. I was a little conservative there in terms of waiting for like the perfect move. But that was an improvement. That's sort of a return to what we were getting used to. Maybe I can... Oh, nice. Okay, a little risky, but we're managing. Okay, careful. And again, I sabotage myself on that last blade. But it's nice to know that I've managed to get back there. I feel like once I start thinking about that... Sorry, once I start thinking sensibly about that last blade... it'll follow pretty quickly after that. It's not going to be trivial for sure. I have a feeling I'm going to struggle a bit with it. But if I can at least get to a point where I confront it, I feel it's something I can I feel it's something I'll be able to get through in the end. Also, when I talk about fuzzy thinking, the other possibility is that, again, all my analogies are movies rather than books. I don't know if I've really watched that many more movies though. All my references are old because when I watched old movies. If I had more Avengers references, maybe I should be more worried. With all due respect to the event, I haven't actually seen an Avengers movie, so. Ooh. I think I was expecting that to not work. I need to remember if I take a flyer, I actually need to be prepared for the follow-through. That would have been a tough one. That would have been something that required sort of split-second decision-making to get the dash under. And I might have hit the blade anyway. I think I'm back into the bad habit on that last one. I need to make sure I don't fall back into that. Okay, up and around, up and around. A little early on the hit. No, yeah. That was not a little early, that was just early. And I went too early on the jump, so up and around. Okay, I got my health back. Oh, I was trying to hit that. I was focusing on moving forward more than I was focusing on where I was vertically. My timing wasn't great on that jump, but I hesitated in terms of the actions I could have taken there. I keep I think the biggest thing about that section for me is that I leave myself to fate a little bit more than I need to, because I can definitely control certain decisions, like when or if I double jump, when or if I dash, and those are going to have some reasonably depending on where I am in relation to the spikes, those can have some pretty profound effects in terms of whether or not I make it, or whether or not I just do another one of those ones where I sort of whiff. Although I've noticed I've started the bad habit of getting spiked by them instead of getting hit, so I'm not sure if that's because I'm not attacking early enough, or because I'm misjudging the timing in the air. Oof, that was grim. The other thing, too, is there's only so much I can intellectualize this stuff. Like, to a certain point, it's just I'm past the prime of the run, and I'm starting to get a little careless in some moves. And I just need to... I'm relaxed, but I'm not sort of in the zone relaxed. I'm sort of like, this will eventually happen kind of relaxed. It's good that I'm not feeling too stressed out about it, because just mentally the biggest challenge right now is that I don't know where the end of this thing is. And it's kind of it's an endurance thing. If I don't solve this now, I know I'm going to have to redo all of it in the future, but there is a certain amount of stamina that I have, and I can bring to the engagement. Again, I screwed myself. Oh, wow. Okay, so I can hit that one. I'd actually tried to hit that a couple of times before. I think that's a very risky escape plan, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. But yeah, so the challenge is, because I don't know what lies at the end, and I suspect the challenges will only become more difficult in the future. It's really important for me to parcel out both my energy and my emotional investment to make sure I can kind of last it for the long haul. Because if I just wind up making stupid and careless mistakes now, eventually I'm just going to feel like I'm not being very entertaining. And at that point, it's suddenly... like, the idea of just doing another stream of this seems a bit more attractive by comparison, because there's sort of... let's say this thing goes into 6 hours, I'm still working on this part of the map. It's sort of like, well, do I want to try and go to 9 hours and hope that something different happens, or do I just take the loss and try to get a little bit better on another occasion? Of course, I suppose that's the challenge of playing it once a week, but Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan are so good. Okay, it was a little reckless, but we got through it, so no point in beating myself up over things that were successful. Okay, so get it while it's down. Okay, not a bad recovery. Now, I gotta remember where the... oh, I did it again. I think it's a reckless strategy, but I think I need to jump and just, like, YOLO it out front when I don't see the blade. If I see the blade, it's already gonna be running away from me. Lapus Caillou, hey, what's up? How you doing tonight? Just finishing work, spending my last minutes before sleep on my stream as usual. As always, Lapus Caillou, I thank you for spending your final waking moments with me. I'm having a good time with Hollow Knight. I've definitely hit a bit of a challenging part on the path of pain. So I've been stuck here for probably an hour or two, but that's just an excuse to be determined. I was talking a little bit earlier about sort of the names that make me happy to see in the channel, and certainly, especially knowing that you're doing it at the end of your day, that's kind of sacred time for me, especially because I know in my sort of little hour between finishing work and starting stream, I really cherish that time and guard it quite closely. So if you're anything like me, I know that time means a lot to you. That's a shame. But yeah, it's challenging, but I am not gonna let this foolish video game get the best of me. Birdben, go to bed soon. Love the stream. Good luck on the path of pain. Birdben, I really appreciate you saying that. I actually feel very self-conscious when I do moments like this because I realize it's the same thing over and over again, and if people are not interested in what I'm talking about, they can be, it can be tedious. And I know people always have the option to, like, leave the stream, but I feel conscious about it anyway, so you have no idea what that means to me. Thank you very much. As I've said with the others, I hope you have a great evening, and I really appreciate you spending that time with me. And particularly, I appreciate you letting me know that you enjoyed the stream, because I don't want to. I don't know. I don't have enough of an ego that, like, I need constant praise, but it is nice to get just a little boost at the times I'm feeling self-conscious. So I really appreciate it. Still, my commentary is more than entertaining. It's oh my god. Yes, please get some sleep. Actually, if it's that hour, I'm sure Night Valiant's probably getting ready to do his stream. Night Valiant, I'm sure you've seen him in chat, is fellow Brazilian. Well, I fellow Brazilian in the sense of fellow for you. I am Canadian, but anyways, thank you very much for saying that. I really do hope you have a good sleep, and look forward to presenting the stream again. Oh, what was that? If we get really desperate, I'll break out the T-facts. The problem is I need T-facts that I can read while I'm doing platforming bits, and those are a little bit harder to come by. Some stories I can tell from memory, but this is, I mean, it's called The Path of Pain, so... Excuse me. So the game gives me, like, it's kind of like me walking into a, I don't know, Muggers R Us and wondering why I get robbed. Like, clearly, the game was very clear. In fact, this is a hidden part of the game. So I only have myself to blame. But I'm very stubborn. Like, if I'm given a challenge, it is very hard for me to pull myself away from it in a game. I will definitely, on a stream, say I'll go back to something. It has been very rare that a game gives me a challenge and I say I'm not gonna do it. Oh, damn it. I forgot the rule I gave myself about that blade. That is definitely the wall I'm running into now. But it's also important for me to keep in mind that I've had like 3 or 4 walls here, and I've gotten past every single one of them. So there's nothing saying I can't get past that one either. Okay. I also think Eyes of Sin gave us a good recommendation to turn down the music, because I will admit it was 3.5 hours of hearing that at a max volume. This game has a wonderful soundtrack, but perhaps the same track over a challenging part of the game like this is not conducive to mental health. Okay, let's see if we can make something out of this. Good. Okay. Gonna wait for another opportunity. Go for it. No, damn it. Okay, maybe I have to bounce off of those. Okay. I gotta take a minute. And again, I can't intellectualize this stuff too much. I just need to... I need to go for it. But that blade in particular, I've actually really struggled to do something useful. So... I'm just trying to think if there is something that I can... I don't think those will help me. I gotta think of a game plan for how I handle that last bit. Again, like I said, I can't really intellectualize it too much, but I think my current approach of just throwing myself into the maw hasn't been teaching me things. And that's the problem. Like, there is a certain... I may not know the number, but there's a certain number of attempts on a thing that I can try before I sort of confess to myself I really don't know what I'm doing. And that's not a bad place to be. I mean, it's like when you start writing something. A blank page is not fun, but a blank page is also full of potential, because you might write something really good, whether it's a report or whether it's, a story or anything like that. And the challenge is that if you stare at that blank page too long and you've written nothing, then you start giving yourself this illusion that you've got writer's block. Maybe you do, but the solution to it is to write, and probably 99% of what you write in that state is going to be crap, but you are working your way through. And the problem for me on these platforming bits is when I start throwing myself into the maw on a spot where I feel like I'm not learning something, it's kind of like me sitting and staring at a blank page, and I start like gnawing at my... I kind of start gnawing away at my my thought process, and I start sort of... It's kind of where the endurance for, the tricky bits, it kind of starts to erode it, and I try to be really conscious of that. I try to be conscious of that tendency, because it's... this is achievable. In fact, this is one of these cases where it is better for me to push forward tonight than it is for me to try again from the start. But I need to make sure that I feel that in the moment, because if I don't, if I feel like it's a lost cause, I'm going to make a decision that is good for System Chalk today, and not necessarily a good decision for System Chalk next week. Anyways, having given voice to the thought, I will hopefully be able to dismiss it. Alright, that was not great, but oh! See, that was a good recovery on the spikes, but I whiffed on the blade, which I don't normally do. Again, those are fine. It's the requirement is not that I play perfect. The requirement is that I learn from the errors. And for errors which are just kind of simple mistakes, they're ones that, maybe I could have avoided them, but, sometimes these glitches happen. Those I can be more forgiving of. It's the ones where I kind of go in without a plan, or the ones where I panic, that I need to be a little more disciplined about. Alright. That one I panicked a little bit about timing, but like I said, now is the time for forgiveness, so that I can really beat myself up if I don't beat that final blade. Okay, that was a little careless. It's also starting to turn into a pattern that I've been messing up those 3 spikes, so... Okay, we got past it. Up. Alright. Now, I've noticed when I get hit on those spikes, it generally tends to be when they're extending up. And I need to do a better job of identifying that, because I feel like I've thrown away a lot of very viable runs simply because I've timed that wrong. To be honest, at this point I should generally be better at that part, but I'm trying to focus a little bit more on that end zone. I've sort of been able to pass it enough that I don't want to spend too much mental energy considering that one, because the last time I did that, I sort of felt a little bit of regression in terms of the intermediate sections, and being able to recognize that I'm about to do that final blade is that's really important to me, because I feel like I've missed a couple of good opportunities on it simply because I had my head sort of in a different place. was a little close to the ceiling, but again, I won't beat myself up over minor things that didn't ultimately matter. Okay, not great, but we recovered. Okay, now it can't be too high. Okay, now this is going to be where the final one is, so I need to get a really good read on... Okay. So I think those spikes are going to be part of the formula. Now I need to be really, really careful about this. Okay. Oh, that's... I sabotaged myself there. But we learned something. So the spikes are part of the formula. I don't see a way of making that happen without the spikes. I'm still not 100% sure what I do inside that area, but I'm gonna experiment a little bit now. Alright. That could have been better, but I at least, in terms of the instinctive responses, those are the right... Well, like when I see that blade down, or sorry, up high, I should dash. It was still a failure, so like I don't want to pat myself on the back about that, but I also want to make sure that I am rewarding the right reactions for comparable situations. Okay. No. There's that... One thing I really do like about the Hive Charm is the time that it takes to recover the health, because it's really good for taking a sip of water or tea or something like that. Okay. The funny thing is that in the back of my head, I know that I'm hitting that timing when I spike myself. So I'm wondering if I can use that instinct to slightly alter the pattern, or alternatively just to, you know, to go a little bit later. I don't want to get too mechanical about it, but if I can start getting some more reliability on that third area without spending too much time thinking about it, it just means I get more attempts at the area I really want to focus on. Okay. Oh, that's a pity. This is the Path of Pain, Pippin 369. This is also my very first time playing Hollow Knight, so I've really set myself up for a dramatic encounter. I've at least kind of learned a good set of charms that will give me near infinite attempts at the Path of Pain, but I'm still... Ooh. If you don't mind, I'm just going to take a second. Every once in a while, I'm sure you've seen this on the stream, there's a little judder that happens, and I don't like... Okay, to be frank, I hate it when people give excuses like this, but it sabotaged me just slightly enough to annoy me to a point of trying to figure it out. So I'm just going to take a second here and see if there's any unnecessary windows open. Most of the stuff I actually need to keep going. If I can find a way of curing the stutter, which I probably can't because streaming is resource intensive. Alright. Doesn't look like anything's updating. Alright, well, I'll make the most of my circumstance. Sorry about that. Never played this game, but familiar with the... Well, this was new. So I kind of found this by accident. I was looking for a different kind of secret, and then this thing sort of unveiled itself to me. And I started the stream. So the challenge is I wind up playing this about once a week, because on Mondays I do Phantom Brigade. That was a shame. And Wednesdays I've been playing Industries of Titan, both wonderful games. But the challenge is that when you have a difficult section like this, all of the stuff that you learn goes away. And so sort of the first 2 hours of the stream for me was just sort of relearning how to move in Hollow Knight. Did you finish the arena last you dropped by or stuck somewhere? Yeah, so the Coliseum of Fools was another bit of a pain point for me. We definitely beat that. I sort of feel like I could have taken on the last boss and won if I'd kept my head the first time. And I think it did the subsequent times it took me a couple of times. I'm very intrigued in this game at how often I get stuck in my own head. And I didn't do myself any favors there. One of the funniest things is that when I think too much in a boss, or I get very conservative in trying to, avoid being hit or something, those are usually my worst performing runs. Whereas if I just kind of throw caution into the wind and say, you know what, I'm going to take some damage and I just need to learn to deal with it, I tend to do quite well. So it's one of the reasons why I wind up vocalizing so much of my thought process on this is, one, I'm sort of able to, like, hearing myself call myself an idiot is a point where I sort of know I need to regulate and be a little bit nicer and, like, stop beating myself up because it is just a video game and I'm not going to get any better if I just flog myself over every mistake. But it's also a really good way for me to sort of keep perspective, give voice to what I think is causing me, causing me to blunder, and potentially learn from the game. I mean, sometimes it's ex post justification for something I maybe don't have a good explanation for. But I have noticed that I've been able to sort of work through. I mean, obviously these sections I'm sort of fumbling over again. But I've noticed that they've given me a decent enough little mental model to say, okay, I know I'm stuck here, and I know I need to stop thinking about the old way I solved a problem like this. And it's actually given me a bit of an appreciation for the way that Hollow Knight designs its levels, because particularly in this area, I think they've got a pattern that they've used elsewhere in the game. I probably could have done a big jump there and dash, and it would have been close, but I've been able to rescue myself on that far buzzsaw before. But yeah, one really neat pattern that I see in the level design, particularly in the Path of Pain, is that you will rely on a particular technique to overcome the challenges, on a few different occasions. And what they'll do is, in the next level, they'll present you a challenge that looks like it might be the same kind of thing, but you actually need to look in another area. And by speaking out loud, it's neat to be able to just sort of realize, wait, I'm thinking about this in an unhelpful way, and I'm doing that because, this is how I solved the last batch of problems. And of course, recognizing that it's not the same batch of problems, that's a real shame. It's just a way where I can sort of give a flag to myself and say, okay, stop being dumb, you're on to another one. And the Path of Pain is hard enough that it doesn't, it's usually not the first time solution, but it does stop me from getting into unhelpful ruts. This one's a bit unique in the sense that I've not quite mastered the preceding section, so I wind up stumbling a lot on my way to my current goal. But my current goal, alright, that was, that was a little arrogant to me because I shouldn't have used up to, yeah. Anyways, it's neat. So, one, it gives me a little bit of a better idea of my thought process. Oh, that's silly. But the other thing that's neat about it is I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. I don't think I would realize some of the ways that the levels get built and sort of play with what the player is thinking at the moment if I wasn't streaming this game. I think I would have a very different perception of how this overall section is built. Like, it's difficult, and I'm now learning that it's a notoriously difficult part of this game. But I'm also sort of understanding a little bit in terms of how they trap you into, like, basically you wind up betraying yourself by thinking that there's only one solution. Okay, it's the, if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Basically, they rely on that. That's probably the best way I can articulate it. Sorry, it's been a couple of hours, so I'm not as articulate as I would like to be. Okay, recover. Okay, so I got to rely on the spikes. But I will confess, there is always the worry that I'm subjecting people to a particularly tedious experience by doing the same thing over and over again. But for those of you that stick with me, you will see the sweet... I think if I bounced off of that with my nail, I would have hit the roof anyway. But we'll never know, I suppose. Ceiling, whatever. Yeah. So I think if those things are down when I jump out, I tend to get hit by the return. So maybe I will expend a little energy to see if I can come up with a better pattern for those spikes. Again, it's intellectualizing it can only go so far. It's like playing a sport. Like, if you're playing football, like, do you have a play? Absolutely, and you need to be very conscious about how people might respond. Ooh, okay. If I didn't waste my double jump trying to escape my error, I would have been fine. But, like, the fact of the matter is you still need to throw the ball, or you need to kick, or you need to, you need to be able to... You need to fill your role, right? There is still a physical implementation. It's just like fencing. Like, fencing is definitely very cerebral during it, and I'd like to think it served me reasonably. Like, I wasn't fantastic by any stretch of the imagination, but I feel I did all right. And again, like, you can only think about stuff so much. It's especially in a sport, like, you have to deliver. It's not just a reaction, or it's not just a anticipating. It's not just about reaction or anticipation. You actually need to deliver on the move as well. Okay, if I can learn to do that consistently, I'll be in a much better position. Okay, not perfect, but we managed. Oh, that's a pity. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little counterintuitive here. How well you did in the arena, you're going to get through. Oh, Eyes of Sin, that's really sweet of you to say. So this is going to seem weird what I'm doing. I'm going to see if I can practice consistently bouncing off of these spikes, because I have a feeling that if I can learn how to do that later on, that's going to give me an opportunity to read the situation at the far right. And I'm probably not at the point where I actually need to learn how to read that situation, but it will give me a little bit of confidence, which I think I need there right now. So, although, somebody cute saying that I've got this really helped. Sorry, I am but a man. Okay, not the most consistent. I feel if I did that for too long, I'd eventually get spiked. But it was encouraging enough to suggest that I can do it. Okay, tough, but yeah. I'll admit, my one worry is just the idea of getting it done tonight, because I know if I close the game, I'm not going to be starting back at this spot. I'm going to be starting back at the bench, which means I have a few hours of progress that I need to recover, and I will recover it after a week of having not played the game. So, and I'd honestly love to do something like a Monday Hollow Knight stream, but although I guess if it's midnight, it's already Oh, not Monday. Sorry, Saturday. But the problem is I'm actually behind on all of my pre-recorded videos. That was foolish. So it's getting really, really hard to try and put in a spare stream. I have other games I want to play too, like Everspace and not Narwhal. I have it on an email, but it's a narrative game that I actually think a few of you will really like. Okay, not quite what I had intended, but I made it, so flexibility. Oh, why did I waste my double jump there? Okay, not quite what I had in mind, but we're getting through. Again, I want to at least remind myself that unexpected solutions are still solutions. I was too premature on the... Gonna take some water. I almost blew that, but okay, there we go. Huh. I kind of know the reason why I'm making those mistakes again is because I never really mastered that section of the map, but it always disappoints me a little bit when that still happens. Mind you, it's a tough, like, it's a narrow passage, like... crap. I mean, good distance, but there's just no way I was gonna land anything in there. Yeah, I mean, I need to get better at that, but it's also just challenging. I'm wondering what it would be like if I switched to a controller now. That's not the reason this isn't working out, but I have to wonder what that would do to me if I switched to a controller partway through. I think I unplugged it, actually. Although I'm told this game is very good with a controller. Again, I'm in this sort of stubborn state where I need the developer to actually tell me that the game is better in a controller. Otherwise, I... Haha. Oh, go to hell. What? Okay, I gotta be careful. There we go. I was really not prepared for that fight. That definitely raises far more questions. Okay. Seal of binding. Intricate seal of ancient design used to contain a powerful force or to preserve something of great importance. Is there more lore than what I just experienced there? Because like I think the one challenge I have is I'm definitely getting the idea of the relationship between the God, is it the White King? So much more in that area, or so much more about this story? Like I'm sort of. This is one of these rare cases. I even said that I would never do this again, but the Pale King. Okay. Right, so you're not saying that I missed something in the Path of Pain, is just what I wanted to be clear on. Because I've got a bad habit of like dinging or failing to ding the dream nail. So I don't know, I kind of feel like the Eyes of Sin is the exception for Hollow Knight stuff, and I apologize if you guys think that's unfair, but. Yeah, I'm a tyrant. All right, Kingsmold, guard construct of Hallownest's palace and skilled wielder of the curved claw blade. Its heavy white armor protects a fragile body. They say the old king died long ago, but his influence echoes around us still. A creature like that. What did he desire? Actually, were you there when we saw the story bit in the Abyss? The Eyes of Sin. I really liked that moment. That was probably one of my favorite little cutscenes with the Pale King. I don't think I have anything else in the... No worries. I mean, you have yet to tell me anything that I didn't know already, the Eyes of Sin. I actually feel that you have... I mean, to a certain extent, I understand it's because, you were the one to really encourage me to play it. And I think you've done a very good job of sort of... Oh, this was one that shocked me, too. Losing my companion that I liked so much. There's definitely a lot of really good moments in this one. I'm actually still... I'm astonished that there are still 3... oh wait, but if it's 3 bosses, it's maybe not as surprising. I don't think I've got any new entries here. Where? So I'm just taking a minute here. Okay, Duranda I feel like I should be able to get rid of. Maskfly. I keep forgetting I can kill those things. I might take a trip to... I gotta think where I can find a Husk Guard. I think those spawn in special areas. Anyways, yeah, I feel like you're... Thank you, Cloth. I'm really bad at remembering the names, and I apologize. A lot of the lore in the game you have to piece together yourself. It's like Dark Souls in that regard. Yeah, and the funny thing is I actually really enjoyed Dark Souls partially because of the mystery and the fact that like I'm actually really okay with stuff that I don't understand. And so to me it's a little funny that my initial impressions of Dark Souls was just I had the feeling that there was something tying it all together and that I wouldn't necessarily know it, and I was really okay with it. Um, I have Dark Souls is one of the few games that I actually have sort of replayed after after the fact. So I think I did equip the Sharp Shadow now that I think of it. I'm trying to remember what my standard build is now. And I don't mind doing the Unbreakable Heart, but is that the most exciting thing I can do right now? Oh, I know. I want more money. Okay, so Gathering Swarm for sure. That's so I can buy back my my Fragile. I'm not going to go too much longer, but... oh, that's right. The Fragile one is the one that gives me the more money, so I probably won't have that. I mean, Quick Slash wouldn't be terrible, I suppose. Oh, but I gotta... yeah. Put on my Axe body spray. But yeah, like, it was weird that Dark Souls, the first time I played it, I just was like, this is like one of these abstract films that I've sometimes watched. Like, I'm just gonna come along for the ride and see where it takes me. And it took a second one where I suddenly realized that, like, the placement of certain things actually had some significance, and that reading the descriptions would make the game very enriching. I liked it quite a bit for that. And I'm definitely getting the same feelings for Hollow Knight. I'm not sure I could really articulate in like detail exactly what I think is going on, but I am intrigued by the fact that I have something of an idea of the relationships between the different characters. It's a very internet fandom thing to do through a game, catalog everything off and ignore literary device. Yeah. If you have any questions about the lore, you did a lot of research on this game and I explored so much of it. Granted, some of it is speculation. Isaacson, I would love to learn more about the lore. Perhaps over dinner? You know what? I like Quick Slash enough that I'll just pick up the Geo on my own. Oh, thank you, Isaacson. I don't know, like, I actually really like that people seem to be enjoying the playthrough, but I know this game means quite a bit to you, and you specifically encouraged me to play it, so it is gratifying that you have So again, I don't want to sound too... This is the big thing. I don't want to sound too needy, because the thing to keep in mind, and this is hard to say on Twitch because I know this is not the culture of Twitch, but video games aren't everything. Video games are very cool. Video games are fun. They're a very interesting form of expression. They're very unique, and it's still something... I don't know if I could say it's really in its infancy, but there is a lot of potential in terms of either the stories that are told, or more importantly, maybe not even necessarily storytelling, but just the idea of what it means to have a piece of interactive entertainment. Like, I sometimes feel like Civilization doesn't quite get enough credit. And I mean, it's obviously a well-regarded game, but like the idea that Civilization has like one cutscene, and yet there is so much that is driven by the player. Like, you create the experience of Civilization, but not every game is like Civilization. It's really one of these things that I feel is... It's common to say Civilization is a good game, and yet I don't actually see all that much in terms of... And maybe I'm just looking at the wrong places, but I don't actually see a lot of people talk about like what makes Civilization good in the way that I hear people say, we'll make it like Mario. Mario didn't need to give you a tutorial level or whatever. So anyways, that's a tangent, but what I wanted to say was it is still nice to get compliments. I don't want to sound needy on compliments because in the end, whether or not people think I am good at a video game or not is perhaps not the thing that is going to get me up in the morning. But I think in particular, one, it's nice sort of in the context of a stream, especially if I feel like I'm struggling on something like the Path of Pain. I 100% think it was worth it to do. That's so funny. I wonder what offsets those. So you start lower, you hit reset defaults and goes up. I wonder why it's like that. So this is like nothing to do with Hollow Knight. I'm just really curious what causes it to do that. But yeah, no, I think probably because of the context of knowing that it's a game that means quite a bit to you, and that it's a game that you encourage me to play. I feel a certain, I don't know, pride being able to, getting a Sin compliment. Hey again, Talwin. Got the Path of Pain first try. It's pretty easy. Now I'm regretting not bringing the Gathering Swarm. I'm like, oh, I gotta pick these things up on my own. All right, I probably don't have too much in me, but I feel I didn't title the thing Grub Hunter, and I do have that map that lets me see where they are, so I can at least make. Oops, that would have killed me in the previous section. I feel like I got a little left in me to go hunting for the lost children. One of the things that's really nice about it is, I don't know if this was designed this way, but I feel like it's a pretty decent way to find some of the hidden sections you're talking about. So remember way back when I was sort of theorizing that there would be, sorry, I gotta move the window. There'd be something sort of around here. Well, the fact that there's a grub there, it's pretty much in the area that first sort of made me aware of it, and so I will head back to Deep Nest, but I figured I could probably stand to do a little more exploring. I'm actually particularly interested in the grubs that seem to be in areas that I've already explored. I'm going back to the journal. I just want to see what my percentage is. Wow, that didn't give me a percent. That's mean. I guess they don't want to lock like full completion behind completing the Path of Pain. I'm unaccustomed for it taking more than one hit on some of these things. I think I could probably stand to jump up. We can take the other path. This wasn't actually where I was going to head. I wanted to head up to this area, which is sort of up and to the left. But I figure if I'm going to be heading near the, I don't think this is the thing I need to take out. I don't know. It probably doesn't hurt for me to get some more geo. Again, not bringing the Gathering Swarm was not a good idea. I'm too used to having my my minions get my geo for me. Anyway, I figure while we're here, I'll take that little guy. That is so weird that I can go into Steam and use it to direct your attention to what I see on the map. I've debated, like, if I was sort of independently wealthy and could just sort of afford to get hardware, I actually think it would be really neat to get one of those, I think they're called Atobi eye trackers. I I think you guys know what I'm talking about, though, right? Those things that either it's an interface... Oh, that's right, these terrifying things. Also, is there a way to make my nail longer? I mean, shorter? Right, we've already got the Mark of Pride and the long nail, so... Oh, Tallman, now I wonder what the fastest, insert whatever percent highest possible speed... That's a really good... an enemy of lore says... sorry, an Emnor of lore. 123. Do you have any books or projects you would recommend now that you are on COVID spring break and you have spare time? Well, tons of projects, because there's lots of things that you can do that would be very fulfilling and personally enriching. But perhaps what might be a better question to ask on my part would be... Oops, I forgot. These guys are no joke. What are some of your interests? I know we've talked a little bit about what you're into on the stream, but is there something in particular that you're thinking project-wise that might be, something you'd be interested in trying on your break? Book adjacent things. All of Wildbug's works are okay. Yeah, so you're thinking of like a book to read. Do you mostly like fantasy, or would science fiction be something that catches your fancy? And actually, chat might have a few recommendations as well, so if you don't mind, I'd love if anybody in chat can do some recommendations. But yeah, I have some ideas for sure, if you're looking for books to read. And I'm going to make an assumption here that you're specifically looking for fiction, right? Sorry to ask so many questions, but I realize time, at least for me, like time is very precious, and so the last thing I want to do is waste somebody's time with a, well, waste your time with a broadcast, but I don't want to waste somebody's time with recommendations that aren't, well, it covers sci-fi, superhero stuff, urban fantasy, and biopunk. Okay, so this might be... So the problem is that some people are already really familiar with this author, and, like, the recommendation is just horribly... Like, of course I've read this guy. Are you familiar with any of Neil Stephenson's works? So probably his kind of breakout book was Snow Crash, which I still quite enjoy. But I think he's also got a couple of good sort of modernish... sort of sci-fi adjacent, as well as I would say historical, but it goes interesting places that I think if you're willing to stick through it, you will be very, I think you will be very intrigued. But the thing is that the historical one is a bit long. But I thought that would be... My opening gambit will be to see if you're familiar with Neil Stephenson, and if you're not, I might have a few recommendations. So what I'm going to be doing here is just trying to find the bridge to this. God, I didn't remember that guy. It's been so long since I've been here, I forget all the excitement. Okay, so if I attack it head on, I don't seem to be getting anywhere. So that means there's another way. Building mostly, and any books are good. Just finished Do Androids Dream of Electricity, and thus spoke Zarathustra. Nice. Man, I was so into Nietzsche when I found him. I still have two well, like it's collected works of Nietzsche, but like one is Viking, the other is Modern Library, because the I couldn't get every work in one volume. Actually, one short story that I never actually like wrote, but I like did a plot outline, and I really feel like I should do it. I actually had a Lovecraftian Nietzsche story that I still think would actually make a good maybe that's something for me to work on. Not now though. Right now I need to not die. Leave me alone. Okay, so if you'd like very, it's cyberpunk that definitely feels like it's a product of the 90s. Snow Crash is a pretty fun ride, and I think it goes some really interesting places. I have a feeling that now I kind of prefer, so he wrote a modern sort of thriller called Cryptonomicon. But the book that if you're willing to sort of like stick through a very long series, like probably sorry, I want to stretch my legs anyway. I actually have the books, like, it's actually just under my Philip K. Dick short stories, actually. I got, we can remember it for you, host. Okay, actually, sorry. If you've not read it and you liked Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, 100% read Man in the High Castle. That book is wonderful. And what I've seen of the TV adaptation, they do some really interesting stuff with that. Let me just take a quick second to grab the books that I'm going to recommend to you if you feel particularly ambitious. Just one second. Okay, yeah, so, and by the way, chat, please don't consider this to be this is going to be a little intermission on Hollow Knight, but I really want to encourage reading, because I like reading a lot. I will actually mention that there's a nonfiction book I've been reading, which I've really been enjoying, called How to Fly a Horse. It's all about creativity. And I think it's, it's written in a way that sort of explodes a lot of very unhelpful ideas about creativity, in my opinion. But based on what you've said, very strong recommendation for Man in the High Castle. I'm very, very fond of that book. And then the one I have a suspicion you might enjoy the most, but I'm going to give it as a bit of I'm going to have to unpack it a little bit, is The Baroque Cycle by Neil Stephenson. So Snow Crash is the first one that I read, and I really liked it. Again, it's very, very cyberpunk. The thing about the Baroque Cycle, so the Baroque Cycle, sort of, the characters are all the ancestors of people who are in Cryptonomicon. Cryptonomicon is a good read. I liked it. But I think the Baroque Cycle might be a little bit more in line with some of the stuff that we talked about. The catch is this. I'm taking a look at... so the first volume, which is 3 books, is about 900 pages long. Volume 2, The Confusion, is 2 books that wound up sort of combined together, and I almost stopped the series, except that right around the time I was just at my breaking point, The Confusion has this absolute pyrotechnics display of an ending that just left me gobsmacked, and I had to read the conclusion. And the conclusion is The System of the World, which again is 3 books. So The Confusion, again, I got the paperback in front of me. It's about 800 pages long, and then The System of the World is about 886. So this is the thing, like, it's, you know, over 2,000 pages that I'm potentially signing you up for if you read this series. It will take you all over the world. There will be pirates, there will be finance, there will be revolutions, royalty, poverty. It is a hell of a series, but to me, the pleasures of it came from sticking with it the whole way. And it's really hard to tell someone who may not quite be on Stevenson's wavelength, because if you think I go on long, you should check out Stevenson. And again, I want to be really clear. The confusion almost did me in. I almost missed out on a really crazy ending because I felt that the confusion dragged on a bit. But I'm glad I stuck with it because it's a hell of a series. So based on what I think you like, that is something I think you might enjoy a lot. But if you want to see whether or not you're into the author's style, you might want to start with Snow Crash. But again, The Baroque Cycle by Neil Stephenson, which you could probably, the easiest way to find it would be in the 3 volumes, Quicksilver, The Confusion, and The System of the World. It definitely has some fun with history. 2 of the major characters in it are Sir Isaac Newton and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, and the calculus dispute is a is a plot point in the book. So, but it's like it's Baroque. It's huge, and it's got a little bit of everything in it. And the guy really knows how to write, like, spin a good yarn. But given the fact that you have the potential of reading The Man in the High Castle, which is such a good book, and the fact that you have... so I'm thinking I need to somehow get to that higher area up here, and I might have killed my way of getting there. The fact that you have The Man in the High Castle as an option, and Snow Crash will give you an idea of whether you're into that author, and it's longish, but it's not like, you know, please read 2,000 pages of, you know, of historical fiction. You know, those are a little bit easier to recommend. I feel like I had some other recommendations, and then I really got lost down the Stevenson rabbit hole. Oh, actually, I'm currently reading Anathem, which is it's sort of about these monastic communities that like they have passages that open every 110, 100, and 1,000 years. They kind of take a vow to stay away from society for those periods of time, and I figured that was really appropriate reading when I was in lockdown. But again, like, if you're into Stevenson, I figure you'll probably find his other stuff on your own. And you know, if you try Snow Crash and you don't really care for it, then you don't really need to. I don't think you need to put too much effort into looking at the rest of his stuff, because it's like, I know someone with, I think, a literature degree from Oxford. They really like Cryptonomicon, but I don't think they even got past the first volume of the Baroque Cycle. It just really wasn't for them. So you're good with long books. You're great. You just finished Infinite Jest in 11 months, and you have just downloaded Snow Crash. Cool. Snow Crash, actually, so Johnny Big Time read Snow Crash, and he actually had a very similar reaction to what I did with The Confusion, which was, he definitely felt that the middle sort of dragged on quite a bit, and he wasn't 100% sure why it was spending the time talking about what it did. But I can assure you that it has a really badass bit with a minigun at the end and a boat. So that's a you know, that's kind of the way I was able to rope him into sticking through the digressions on Sumerian mythology and that. I mean, like, I'll admit, I eat that kind of stuff up. Like, I really like big big bold books with, you know, really hooky plots, but with lots of really interesting ideas in it. So I feel pretty safe with those recommendations. I actually also haven't read The Infinite Jest, but I feel like it's something I should probably tackle at some point. Eyes of Sin, if you're still around, actually, I probably shouldn't be telling this because this is Johnny Big Time story. Johnny Big Time has also read a very infamous Canadian novel, which I have not, called Bear. And if you don't know what Bear is, I highly recommend you do at least a Wikipedia search, maybe even a Google search. But I can't believe I talked him into. I don't know if I talked him in. I think I dangled the carrot in front of him, and he bought and read it. So I suppose this means that Johnny Big Time has probably read more Governor's General Awards winning novels than I have. Needless to say, Bear is a troll recommendation. I figure out of the stuff that you've said, I haven't even mentioned any philosophy, but I don't know. I figure the Stevenson stuff is really. I think it's like good, page-turning, but like meaty science fiction. Although that science may be like natural science fiction in the case of the Baroque cycle. Man in the High Castle is spectacular. I really, really like it. And if you have any intention of watching the Amazon show, I actually really feel it. I feel that being able to. It's a little bit like watching the BBC Sherlock. I think it's the BBC that it is. The one with Benedict Cumberbatch. Like, I feel like if you have watched, if you have read the home stories, you can really gain an appreciation of the modern twists that they have put on it. And in the case of the TV adaptation of Man in the High Castle, again, keeping in mind that I've not seen a lot of it, but the bits of it that I have seen, I feel like they did a very good job of like if you have read the book, you will pick up on stuff that maybe you wouldn't if you just enjoyed the TV series. Well, the one thing I don't like about the TV series is that they made Canada a subject of the German Reich, where in the book The Man in the High Castle, Canada retained its independence. But Americans are going to America. But yeah, again, I don't want to... this is one of those cases where the reason I'm bringing up the TV series is that reading the book is one of these ways that you can actually enhance your enjoyment of the TV experience. And if you don't plan on watching the TV series, you lose nothing by reading the book. Actually, I also have a very fond memory. So I went to university at UBC, and I was... so I took a classical philosophy course with someone who I got along really well with. It's funny because we actually have two totally different worldviews, and yet we got along really well, which is not surprising, right? Because you probably are not a very interesting person if it's a requirement to agree with everything that you believe to be friends with. But we were walking along the campus, and we saw this like stage with sort of Japanese empire flags and all of that. And I was telling her about these. I said, "It's like, oh man, this is really cool." I'm like, have you ever heard of the Man in the High Castle? And she's like, "No, I haven't." And I'm like, "Do you know who Philip K. Dick is?" And eventually I kind of say, "Well, do you know about Blade Runner?" "Yeah, but I haven't seen it." And I'm like, "Okay, well." What about Minority Report? Oh, yeah, I like that movie. And, I kind of explain who Philip K. Dick is. I say he's got this alternate history in which... the cool thing about The Man in the High Castle, if you don't know about it, is that it's an alternate history in which Germany, or the Axis powers, won World War II. substantial part of it takes place in sort of the Japanese occupied California. But what I find kind of interesting about it is there is a revolutionary book in it called "The Grasshopper Lies Heavy," which is a historical novel in which the Allied powers win World War II. However, the history that The Grasshopper Lies Heavy depicts is not the history you and I are familiar with. It's a totally different, like, it's the alternate history has an alternate history in which there's a totally different kind of post-war scenario. I believe the Cold War is between Britain and the United States, and sort of this Churchillian effort to reinstate the British Empire in a much more totalitarian form. So it's wild, first of all, but it's I don't know. I just think it's an incredibly well written book. It's a really neat idea, and I don't know. Like I was kind of talking about it with my friend, and I said, "It's like, I'm looking at the stage, and I'm like this is what I imagine it would be like." I actually had some ideas about how it could be adapted into a film. I didn't really explain those, but I used to work in movies, so I felt reasonably comfortable being able to like go up to one of the PAs and ask I felt comfortable enough to just go up to one of the PAs, because like PAs are in locations, their whole job is to sort of deal with the public. And I just, had to ask, like, what movie is this? And like he said, it's like he was hearing the conversation. He's like, you got it right. I'm like, is this? I said, they're making Man in the High Castle. He says, yeah, it's a TV series. And I'm like, oh my god, like I was so happy. He knew nothing about the book, right? Like, because the same way that I didn't know anything about Far Cry when I worked on it, but it was really cool to, like, it's one of these rare moments where I've seen something, like I've had something in my mind's eye when I read a book, and one of my last memories at the university that I miss so much was to see sort of a mental image from a book that I liked a lot. I got to sort of see it live, so that was definitely a very fond memory. You asked a teacher for a book and they gave you Bear? I mean, so the thing is that, like, I have not read Bear, but I have read quite a bit read and heard quite a bit about Bear, and like I totally get what it's trying to do. And I actually think I think the artistic recognition it's gotten is deserved. But I'm not gonna lie, that is a very odd premise for a book. Suffice to say, I was extremely amused by Johnny's reaction. I should probably give it a read at some point, but I'm really far. I've also, like, I hate to admit, Anathem is the last bit of fiction that I've read recently. No, that's not true. I've also read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy again. I really enjoyed that. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy continues to reward with multiple readings. If you get a chance to share The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy with someone, there is a special bond. That is a... Oh yeah, actually, okay, I'm going to assume you've read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If not, put that very, very close to the top of your list. That is a really wonderful book, but I didn't recommend it originally because I kind of suspect you've probably already read it, but if you haven't, I think you should. Especially because The Guardian, I gotta find this article again, but they had an article recently about some notes that Douglas Adams wrote to himself about writing that is a guy who does not seem to have liked the process of writing at all. Which makes me feel a little bad, but I'm really glad he wrote so well. Again, sorry, for anybody in chat who might have either better literary tastes than me or different literary tastes or would otherwise like to give some book recommendations, please feel free to speak up, because I'm actually not very good at recommending fiction. And more importantly, if there's something in these recommendations that I haven't read, I kind of feel like I need to fill out my list. I know, actually, Isasim did a really good job of convincing me to read more Ursula Le Guin. I don't think she was trying to encourage me to read more of it, but I think it was Earthsea that she had very fond, or very warm, expressed very warm sentiments about that series. So. Anyways, I hope that's given you some recommendations. If you're looking for more enemy lore, definitely let me know, because it's I don't know. Like, obviously, reading's a really personal thing. Like, there's definitely a lot of room for lots of tastes, and it's a little bit like when I choose movies. Like, I really try to retain my reputation of like chooser of good flicks, because I tend to have a good idea of, you know, people and what they're interested in, but I also feel a little nervous each time I make a recommendation, because I'm worried that time I'll be wrong. Yeah, I definitely have a few different things that I can recommend. I'm gonna try going by the bench, because I think that'll respawn the enemies, and I'll see if I have a way of bouncing my way up to what is likely going to be the grub. If nothing else, I'm doing okay for G. I mean, not everything that I'm making is not everything I'm hitting is good for Geo, but I keep forgetting this guy explodes into these. I also keep forgetting that I got the quick slash, so... Bring it. I like to read what others like. It makes you feel well-rounded. I mean, the other thing is, if you've been reading Nietzsche and you have a taste for philosophy, if you've not read some of Plato's dialogues, you know, those, I find those are pretty readable, and I actually think that they're rewarding, especially if you do a close, like, so like you can read them sort of as like plays or as entertainment, but to be able to sort of like engage with the argument that's going on is a really rewarding way. If you're looking for Platonic dialogues, the Apology is usually the best one to start with. That kind of seems to be the one that most courses will start with as well. Symposium is also another very famous and a pretty good one, especially the speech that Aristophanes gives, which I think I read on stream at some point, I think. Anyways, Symposium's definitely one that's popular. I also think highly readable. Personally, one of my favorites, and I think one that I rate above Symposium, is Phaedrus. I think Phaedrus is an excellent dialogue, a very beautiful dialogue. And if you feel like rising to the challenge, this would not be my first Plato that I recommend, but if you are looking for sort of broad reading and sort of looking to read some classics, I do think that reading Republic at some point would be a good one, especially because one thing that was weird, except for like the last year, and I kind of talked about this on stream a bit, I had only read Republic in fragments. So either as part of a course or as part of like some other discussion or, you know, in a book or somewhere. But the thing that was funny is I'd never actually sat down and read Republic as an individual work. I had always read excerpts from Republic. And one of the things that I find so interesting about having actually sat down and reading it is how funny it is at parts. Like, there's definitely moments where Socrates is very clearly trying to get a rise out of people. And it's very funny. Now, it's worth remembering that I am also the kind of person who thinks that 1984 has bits that are funny in it. And I will defend that. I do think that 1984 have bits that are funny and intentionally funny. But that's maybe a conversation for another time. Oh, God, how am I going to get up? Almost. Oh, maybe. I think I gotta have a lot of these little guys running around. There we go. Oh, God. Yeah, so I don't know if that... So that is one of the accounts for his name. I believe that it is disputed as to whether or not that is... So there's apparently a few different accounts of that. But I did know that that detail about Plato's name. And it's in my opinion, it's one of these things that's too good to check. I'm also trying to remember what some of the alternatives are. The wrestling one is actually the one that I remember, just because, I don't know, I realize that Grecian wrestling and, you know, WWE are two totally different things, but I kind of like to imagine Plato in a WWE scenario. Oh, man. I don't really want to be thinking about new emotes right now, but I wonder what a Sin Plato emote would look like. Anyways, I got my grub. What are we looking at? Jesus Christ, it's already 5 hours in, and it's 1 in the morning. Okay. I'll try to get the grub that I was originally looking for. I did get one grub. But I do need to think about wrapping it up reasonably soon. But yeah, I don't know. Did you get some recommendations that you were looking for? I think probably before I babble on too much about other books. Actually, you know what? Because philosophy is coming up in chat. Can anybody name these philosophers? Obviously, if you guys are watching on VOD, that doesn't mean as much, but I just posted my emotes in chat. It's not like a test or anything like that. I'm just a little curious if how recognizable they are. I figure the first one's probably pretty familiar. I feel like that's a fairly famous statue. Please, yeah, by the way, this is the other thing. I have learned that sometimes talking about this stuff can kind of come off as alienating or off-putting. Please don't take it that way. If you guys are not familiar with this stuff, or like I'm asking the question and you're not familiar with any of these thinkers, please don't take that as like, you need to get out of here, or like this is, you know, lol, this stream is for smart people. Like this is just a fun thing to... I'm a little curious as to whether or not these are just kind of fun emotes that we all share detail. How did I miss this? You know, just fun little details. I'm always a little curious as to... oh yeah, that's not... No problem. It's not Guy Fawkes. It's just purely for my curiosity. Because, like, I think the emotes work great on their own. I think they're expressed... That's the reason why I actually really like them, is I think that the Eyes of Sin did a wonderful job just making them work as emotes on their own. There's actually a little bit of a secret behind at least one of them, and I kind of need to keep it secret. But it is a detail that I think really makes one of those emotes in particular quite special to me personally. It's really just a personal curiosity thing in terms of kind of what the response is to seeing those emotes. Because the thing about the emotes is that I think they are good and work on their own, but they're actually all based off of statues of... they're all kind of based off of famous statues, and most of them are actually famous thinkers. And so it's, I guess, a little interesting to me to see whether or not that's a thing that is... like, if that's a feature that users of them are sort of sharing, or if that's... Okay, yeah, we've already met her. Or if that's just sort of a little, I guess, a private little in-joke. I will 100% be happy to tell you all who they are, but I wanted to give people a chance to participate in the guessing first. But if you'd like to know, anybody in chat, if you'd like to know who they are, you know, let me know, because I don't, like, it's not a secret for the sake of me being a jerk, right? It's curiosity, and I'm happy to let you all in. Oh, that's not a bad guess. But no, it's they're all philosophers. If that'll help narrow it down. I always call him Sargon the Great to avoid connection with the YouTuber. Sorry, I just got a message. But no, that's a neat guess. I actually wouldn't have thought that one. I didn't go all the way back to the Bronze Age. Oh, that's right. I couldn't have gone behind the hair when I came in. That doesn't seem to be where the... That doesn't seem to be... Oh, there it is. Not a mimic. Okay. Have I been to Isma's Grove? I don't think I have. No, of course I have. How else would I have gotten the resistance to acid? Oh man, Plutarch's a really good guess. No, but not Plutarch. I think you're giving me new emote ideas, Floor. All right, where would I want to go next? I suppose so. Practically, I would want a bench for wrapping up, but maybe a bench that's closer to my next destination. I've got the Forgotten Crossroad. Actually, you know what? Probably wouldn't hurt to go back to Dirtmouth just to see what my how many geo I need. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna start. Where's my closest stag? I guess going back out and eventually crossing over to King's Station gives us a chance to chat. Oh, by the way, I'll mention I'm happy to entertain as many guesses, and I'm happy to answer who they are at any point. I won't belabor the point though, so if I stop talking about it, it's just because I'm assuming people would like time to think. I'll wait for somebody to say I would like to know, and I will I'll make it an opt-in thing, because I figure if I'm gonna get cranky about spoilers, I shouldn't break that for myself. I should make one of the emotes be Diogenes of Sinope, but I think that would be against the terms of service. Also, I will say, Laura, for someone who says that you want to be well-rounded, you're definitely dropping some really good. You're definitely dropping some really good reading in chat. It sounds like you have got. It sounds like you've already got quite a bit on your. Either under your belt or already in your queue. So I'm sorry if my own suggestions were maybe a little tame compared to what you're used to. You've clearly been getting some really good recommendations from people. Yeah, true. I mean, that's what I find. I've been catching up. I mean, one of the things that's been really nice is to just catch up on some stuff that I feel like I should have read a while ago. Like actually finally reading Republic as an individual work as opposed to excerpts. But it's also one of these things where it's sort of like, again, it's like writing or doing photography or something, it may not be, you can always think of reasons why you shouldn't do it or why it's not the right time. But you're never really going to feel better about it until you actually do it. And so obviously just starting and doing it and working through it is better than just putting it off. And so, if I have a really embarrassing gap, I can either just pretend I've read it and hope nobody notices, which never works. Or I can, if I think it's important to read, then, I make the time to read it. Or at the very least, I make a genuine effort. It's actually one of the reasons why I specifically went out of my way to start reading some fiction, because I just noticed it was always getting crammed out, and I'm like, well, Either I'm not into reading fiction, which is not true, or I need to, I need to make the time. Again, you're so greedy for gifts. Poor little lovely. Give me your geo, and I will give you your gift. 9,000. Okay. No geo? Why? Why don't you have enough geo? Not a bad guess. I think he was a little bit before Descartes. Also, a very different branch of philosophy, but not a bad guess. Descartes also, I feel, looked a little... First of all, he looked very French. He also kind of looked a little bit like he would challenge you to a duel. I've actually got a few... I've got a couple of... I've got, like, meditations and... there's a couple that I've got. There's one with a really striking portrait. Anyways, thank you everybody for hanging out with this. I know it's a mixed bag when I'm trying to, or just for those of you, those of us who are participating in chat and wanting to wrap up topics, I should maybe warn you that we're getting ready to wrap up tonight. You need to know? Okay. The first one is Machiavelli, Niccolò Machiavelli, Florentine. The second is the Hellenistic philosopher Epicurus. And the fellow on the right, looking very happy, is Aristotle. The Aristotle one is a little bit harder to get a read on because I didn't crop the image. The Eyes of Sin gave me sort of a raw image, which I was able to crop, but I mistook it for the finished one. And so the problem is that given the resolution that Twitch will make those emotes for by default, it's a little bit hard. Like, you can see his facial expression, but because some of the details aren't present in the same way that the Epicurus or the Machiavelli statues are there, that's probably the one that's a little bit harder to get a read on. So Machiavelli, Epicurus, and Aristotle. Of course, Epicurus, we don't really have any of his original writings. We have sort of whatever was passed down by other people who didn't like him, or people who followed in similar traditions but did not necessarily record down his own words. Although I read a very interesting article. I'd like to read the rest of the book that suggests that Adam Smith, founder of economics, is actually doing a synthesis of the Epicurean and Stoic worldviews, and I found that a really interesting idea. I have no idea how true it is, and I mean, most economists do not sit around and read Adam Smith. If you want to learn economics, there are many better textbooks that you can learn it from, but it is, it is a book that's historically relevant, so I'm just going to take a quick minute here and look for a new stream to go through. But as I was saying earlier, thank you for those of you who stuck through with the stream. I realize that sometimes seeing somebody kind of stuck on a difficult part of the game is not always the most exciting. But I really enjoyed sharing. Hollow Knight with you. I'm glad that we got through the Path of Pain, and it looks like we're starting to make some progress in terms of. We're making some progress in terms of catching the grubs and probably finding some of the secrets. Oh, I gotta read this. Isaacson said a joke. So, Descartes is the originator of the phrase, "I think, therefore I am." A horse walks into a bar. The bartender asks the horse if it's an alcoholic, considering all the bars he frequents, to which the horse replies, "I don't think I am. I think not." Poof! The horse disappears. Describing the concept first was there was putting Descartes before the horse. Sorry. I really can't. How do I follow that up? I've been completely upstaged by the creator of my emotes. Thank you for sharing that, Eyes of Sin. thank you for sharing a chat with me, Vlor, and everybody else who was in the channel today. I'm still looking for somebody to host, so sorry this has taken a bit. Talwyn, Pippin, Lepuskayu, Barbenv, Night Valian. I think that's... no, sorry, Jean Van Staden, who followed Dreamslayer, and Holly Makes a Wish. I know not necessarily all of you are here, but I actually really appreciate it, particularly because I know we were going through a hard part of the game, which we have since passed. For those of you who like my stuff in general, I will be back on Monday for Phantom Brigade, Wednesday for Industries of Titan. If you're here for Hollow Knight, that'll be next Friday, 1 week from now. And for those of you who like some of the pre-recorded videos, those are usually on YouTube, but I do a vodcast on Tuesdays, and I usually hang out in chat to be able to, interact with everybody. Isosen says, you really like the phrase, you know what they say about assumptions, they make an ass out of you and whoever the hell umptions is. I can't remember if I've shared a variant on that one. Anyways, guys, I think I'm going to host Brian on the Rocks tonight. He normally streams on another day, but he is a developer at Respawn. So he is somebody I actually met at a bar he ran called EXP. I have many fond memories of it. But he is one of the people who works on Apex Legends, and he is currently playing Apex Legends. So he is a really good guy. I do encourage you to hang out and check him out. There are a few other people who are in the chat who are streaming tonight. I usually tend to do a good job shouting them out, but I'd love it if you'd hang out with Brian for a little bit, see if it's your kind of thing, and more importantly, he's been streaming more regularly, and I'd really like to support him because he's actually really good at communicating with people about what's going on in the game, why things are the way that they are. If you want to know why the game does not have a single-player mode, he will tell you. So I think he's a really good choice for hosting. So have a good night, guys. I will see some of you on Monday, some of you Friday, and whenever we meet again, stay well until then.